how we get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing
Next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world. Hi, I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground. And they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
Welcome to the stream. It is MKL, Malaysia's first pro Honor of Kings League. With me today is the Mustachio AJ. It's also here, your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu.
Favorite kind of tofu. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the first time on the MKL stage, obviously, for me. The pro scene welcomes the Mustachio. I don't know how I'm going to destroy this broadcast today. Not in a good way. MOBAs have just not been my thing in my whole life. But Kendofu, I'm looking forward to learning a lot from you here today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a first step for everything, right? And I think this is the first step that all the teams today will be looking to try and achieve. You want to have the best step forward. Now, as already explained in the video just now, we have seen a lot of teams that have tasted glory before. They want to taste it again, they want to taste it more. And then we have the new younglings who are coming here from embers to maybe a raging wildfire as well. Let's see how they do today.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And of course, the prize pool that we've got is absolutely stacked. And if you do really well at MKL, you also open up yourself for an opportunity to fly all the way to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to participate at the Esports World Cup. Now, that in itself is a huge honor. And of course, a little bit more money in your pocket awaiting you if you get that opportunity.
Yeah, so the saying goes, right? If you want to be the best, you have to play with the best. And so far, we have garnered all of the best teams away coming into the league itself. So let's take a look at the tournament format in 3 seconds.
MKL Spring Season 2025 is here, and here is our tournament format explainer. We've already seen Phase 1, which was the qualifiers. Now we're entering into Phase 2, which is the regular season. For the regular season, we have a total of 8 teams, 4 teams for the qualifiers and 4 invited teams. These teams will be playing a double round robin. Each team will face each other twice in a best of 3 format over the course of the regular season. Out of these 8 teams, only the top 6 will advance to the Phase 3, the playoffs. The top 2 teams from the regular season will go straight into the upper bracket of the playoffs. Teams placed 3rd through to 6th of the regular season will have to battle it out at the play-ins in an elimination match of a best of 3 format to proceed into the upper bracket to fight against the 1st and 2nd place teams from the regular season. The play-ins matches will be a best of 3 and the upper and lower brackets will be in a best of 5. And the conclusion of the grand final will be played in a best of 7 format. All the best to all participating teams, and let's see who would be the champion for MKL Spring Season 2025.
Best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and DTE taking on ENG Global here, Kidofu, for our first game. And of course, we've got 3 series in total for everyone here today.
Yeah, this will not be the only time they meet each other, right? So if you take a look at the video itself, they will be meeting each other twice. So every battle counts, every victory counts as well. Now, you know, when people meet each other for the first time in a battle like this, it really shows you the strength and the depth of the team, right? How big is your hero pool? How well do you know your opponents? But more importantly, how well do you know your own teammates?
Absolutely, right? And of course, if you make that mistake, you can recover, but of course, the format first.
Right, so the format itself, we'll be looking for a double round robin, right? We're looking for the top 6 teams. They will advance to the playoffs. If you are not familiar, we have 8 teams here in the regular season, right? So 8 teams vying for that final 3 slots to go to that Esports World Cup chance, where it's the big leagues. You play against all the best teams from all of the different regions in the world itself. Now, I think there are familiar names here. We have seen Nova, we have seen AG, we have seen BSE, Team Secret as well. So the new teams, even Todak, right? DTE, Seoul Esports, and I kind of forgot the last team, but I'm O2. Curious to see how the new younglings perform, right? Because sometimes you get these rough diamonds and they tend to shine throughout the entire season.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, I'm coming from the perspective of a player that's not really a veteran in the whole MOBA scene. I picked up Honor of Kings very recently, and I'm just getting myself to tame the game little by little. All I find myself finding out there is being tamed by the other players on the battlefield. So let's see if or not these guys can teach me a little bit out there as well, because we've got 60,000 US dollars on the table, and there's a lot of money here for almost every single team, right? Even if you drop out 5th, 6th, you still walk away with a total of 3,300 USD.
That's crazy. I mean, oh, look at this. FMVP. If you're the grand finals MVP, you yourself walk away with 1,000 USD as well.
Oh yeah. And that's insane. Of course, you take away the biggest chunk of this prize pool, 11,000 USD, become champion, and obviously this is just the opportunity for you to open up bigger doors in your career. Esports World Cup, that's going to be the next spot that they are all aiming for. But of course, before this broadcast started, for you shared with me Black Shrew Esports, Nova Esports, both of them, they've got a great start to their career here in Honor of Kings, but not so great when it came to the qualifiers this time around.
Yeah, so like we said, this is a proving ground for them, because end of the day, being a champion material team, it does not last, right? Right? Winning is not loyal to you. You have to put in the work, you have to put in the grind. And with the introduction of new formats like the global ban pick format, it makes the players have a very big need to have a deep hero pool. You can't just use the same hero over and over again.
Yeah, I think that's a game changer, right? The global ban pick is really just that next step to push these teams to the very edge to feel exactly how much do you know this game in its truest essence, and can you still dominate out there on the battlefield without continuously spamming a few of those characters again and again. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is going to be back-to-back action for you. Let's take a look at the schedule. 3 series in total. We start things off with DTE taking on AG Global. BSE later on takes on Seoul Esports, and of course, we've got Team Secret meeting Todak for the final series of the day.
Yeah, so day 1 of Proving Grounds. DTE, one of the new younglings coming into this league itself, going up against a household name for now, right? AG Global. This is the Malaysia counterpart of the organization itself, and they have had decent results, but are they going to hold their own against DTE, right? Consistency hasn't been number 1 for AG Global thus far, and I think this season is the time to prove that they have put in the hard work and are going to be very consistent in this league.
And of course, AG Global, regardless of how this one goes between them and DTE, like you pointed out earlier on, the format just is a double round robin. If you falter once, you still do have another opportunity to make that comeback. And granted, it's a best of 3, so you still do have that comeback opportunity within this game in itself. But let's see exactly what they have in store for us. I'm looking forward to the matchup between Black Shrew Esports up against Seoul Esports as well. Like you mentioned, Black Shrew Esports, they started off their journey in Honor of Kings phenomenally well, the champions of the Honor of Kings Championship 2024, and then kind of struggling in the qualifiers. Perhaps they're just enjoying a lot of that prize pool still.
Maybe, right? But end of the day, like we mentioned, I think BSE has been putting a lot of hard work behind the scenes as well. And of course, the last match of the day, Todak against Team Secret. Both, I'm so curious, so excited, because I know they have good quality players and they have good teamwork and synergy within them, right? So it then comes down to who actually is a proper and strong team.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are tuning into MKL, supported by our official tournament partner, Realme Gaming. Pick Realme 14 series, Realme 14 5G features segment, best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS in Honor of Kings. Promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Pick Realme 14 series.
Okay, so I just want to zoom in on the 120 FPS, right? It might not seem like a big deal for a lot of the general players out there, but I assure you, at 120 FPS, the game becomes so much smoother. The usage of your skills becomes so much clearer as well.
Yeah.
It does level up your game, right?
Yeah.
If you want more stars, that's the phone to get.
And it's just so smooth, right? It's just buttery smooth. The graphics are absolutely fantastic. It's the experience of playing Honor of Kings on this mobile phone that you guys have to experience and not just hear from us on broadcast. So you can head on down to one of the stores, check it out before you pick one up for yourself as well. And you know, the Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset will give you that extra edge that you need out there on the battlefield. Speaking of the edge on the battlefield, DTE, AG Global, we're going to take a look at their bans and picks shortly, Kendofu. Any assumptions as to what we can expect here today based on the current meta?
Okay, so the meta definitely has shifted, right? Previously, when we first got introduced into Honor of Kings, a lot of teams were playing around the tank meta. So they had heroes like Ogren, they had heroes like Dun, and that was a good strategy, right? Because you have a very strong wall in the front, and then your farm lane can just do whatever they want at the back. But right now, I think teams are exploring a little bit more explosiveness in their drafts. So we tend to get more assassin jungles, which I freaking love because you have heroes like Jing, you have heroes like Pei, Luna, a lot of mobility, but more importantly, a lot of surprise damage, right? And you have access into the backlines, which makes fighting very chaotic. It's exactly what we want to see, but then it also tests your composure as a team, right? Do you know what to do when the stress comes?
Yeah, I kind of understand exactly what you're talking about. I've taken on some of these opponents of mine where the jungler is just absolutely insane, roaming all over the map, making my life absolute hell. I've never won a single one of those matches where they've got a strong jungler, right? Like you mentioned, Dun or Ogren. And I have been thinking maybe I want to pick them up. I tried. I lost that match too, bro. So maybe it's just me.
It's a tough journey to learn, right? I think end of the day, when we all first started in the game, we were kind of taught heartfelt lessons by better players. Now, these are your better players representing both teams. DTE represented by BB, CM, Zun, Te, and Hao as well. Why don't you take AG, AJ?
Absolutely, man. AG Global, you've got Saber, Yulong, Dao Hen, JD, as well as Phi, ready to take this battle up against DTE. The best one will win, but we've got a best of 3 series. Is this going to be an easy 2-0, or do we actually go the distance at the opening of MKL in itself? I hope to see a little bit of a back and forth here just so that I can get myself warmed up.
Yeah, definitely. I think DTE's performance in the qualifier has been quite convincing. They do have the foundational standards of what makes a full-on professional team. But now, you're upgrading yourself from a pond to a lake, right? So this league is not for the soft-hearted people, right? You really have to be extremely crisp in your delivery. You must understand what situations to look out for. And if you don't, you will get punished really hard.
Yeah, I mean, I have experienced that firsthand out there on the battlefield of Honor of Kings, and I'm pretty sure it is more so here on the pro circuit where everybody's looking for the biggest slice of this pie, right? $11,000 on the table, pride and honor on the table. We've got returning champions, 2 of them. You know, obviously they want to go to the distance, and like you've said, the new blood, the young ones, they want to come out here bursting out of the gate to prove themselves to be the new ones to dominate Malaysia and then represent the nation on that Esports World Cup stage later on as well. So a lot of drama in store for us, of course, if they keep up their end of the bargain and bring out everything out there today, Kinofo.
Yeah, and of course, as the game grows, as the teams learn as well, you will find yourself in a situation where, you know, the difference between teams comes down to a matter of seconds. So teams might get a taste of, or even get a grasp of that 11,000 USD based off a decision made within 4 to 5 seconds. And that is extremely stressful.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I've seen, you know, obviously I've watched some WODs. I've tried to see, look through some of the competitions even you've shoutcasted. And, you know, there are these game-changing moments where a team just, you know, fully commits for a team fight, and then one tiny little mistake with the ulti, and there you go, right? You miss the mark and you are absolutely toast. You've got no defenses whatsoever. And down comes all of your defenses. We've seen that happen one too many times already. I would love to see it happening here at MKL once again when I'm shoutcasting, so I can lose my mind on broadcast.
Oh, definitely. We will get to experience that, right? And of course, the key lessons that we always have is that, look, the L doesn't stand for lose, it stands for learn, right? There's a lot of things you can learn. But, sometimes you have to learn through the loss of a prize. So 11,000, maybe not what you want, not what you get. But hey, maybe next time you get yourself even stronger and it could be a bigger prize pool. I don't know.
Yeah. And obviously, for some of them, it's also going to be a very bitter pill to swallow to not qualify for EWC. Let's take a look at the draft here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And of course, Kindofu, please walk me through the bands and tell me what you think about taking some of these heroes out.
Alright, so DTE, I think they're really concerned about this fast mobility and backline access, right? They take out the Luna as the first ban, and AG Global, they understand the strength of this Diadia, right? So they will take her out. She has good heals, she has good lockdown, and DTE, they want to take out the Pei as well. This opens up so many doors for them taking up an assassin jungler. In the meantime, AG Global, they're going to ban out one of the best farm laners in the game. That's going to be the RLE.
This is an interesting pick coming on through here. And taking Arlie out of the equation, I think, is really solid for them because we have seen DTE Gaming do quite a bit of damage with Arlie in the past as well. So this is a smart move coming through from AG Global. They've done their homework.
Oh, for sure. And DTE gonna start the ball rolling with the Dharma. So as we all know, Dharma is the game changer, right? The Clash lane game changer. Laning phase maybe not so well for him at times, but he's the one that's gonna be responsible for changing fights. He's gonna sneak in through the back, through the sides, and catch you off guard, right? The Truth Mantra, his ultimate, when it's laid down, sometimes the truth really hurts.
It most definitely does hurt, right? And of course, the minion waves with Dharma, you're not going to have a problem at all early game. And in the initiating fight sequence, he can be a huge pain in the butt to deal with. You also have Zun Zun walking in here with the Menki, as well as Shiranui being dragged in by BB.
Mai is actually one of the heroes that has been consistently banned. Even when I first started in this game, Mai has been banned in the pro circuit simply because she offers so much burst damage, but at the same time, she has decent control with her knockups and her ultimate big burst damage as well. My concern here is she needs to have a winning lane. If she loses, she's not going to be very useful.
Yeah, and your thoughts on AG Global's picks here, because we've got the Agudo as well as the Yuhuan combo walking in here alongside Long.
Okay, so in the dungeons where they have traps where the walls start to close in on you, that's the way that AG Global are gonna try and play, right? Agudo with the Wild Growth summons all those little critters. It's gonna just swarm up the entirety of DTE Gaming. At the same time, because of there's so much pressure coming in, the Yuhuan and Lung, they will be able to provide not just stuns, but bursts as well, especially on this Lung, which is going to be played by JD, if I'm not wrong.
No, it's an interesting pick coming on through from them, right? AG Global, like you said, they really do want to kind of funnel in onto DTE Gaming and shut down their plays. More bands coming on through here as well. We still want to see how CC, how Saber, and JD walk on through with these picks, because it's pretty much going to determine the pace of this matchup in game number 1.
Yeah, AG Global, they definitely want to put all of their chips into JD at this point, right? Banning out the corresponding farm lanes away from DTE Gaming's hero pool. Look, Lung is not the easiest to play against, and the fact that you have huge burst damage potential like the Lady Sun and RD taken out of the picture, that's a big concern. But there is still heroes to kind of explore, like the Channel, right? The King of the Wolves. Right now, AG Global, it looks like they will not go for the flex pick. The Yuhuan will be going into the mid, and Zhang Fei will be the roam to kind of support JD in his attempt to win the lane, hopefully steal some camps as well.
Yeah, I love playing Zhang Fei, paying attention to his madness and the use of his skills. It accumulates really quickly, right? And his skill number 2 especially is pretty torturous to deal with. The shield fest as well as the ultimate to kind of knock back the enemies to create that opening for the rest of his team members. So this one's going to be a pretty fundamental pick for JD and AG Global.
Yep. One characteristic on the draft of AG Global is that they're kind of like water here, right? The kit that they have involved, actually they are able to make it out of very sticky situations quite easily, right? So the Long has the infinite vastness he can take to the skies, escape no problem. Yuhuan has the unending sorrow, her ultimate, where she goes invulnerable as well. And Agudo, one of the new patches, allows him to really just be CC immune and start rolling away, right? And for Zhang Fei, simple. If anything goes Ori, he just turns into a beast. So it's quite difficult to catch out AG Global here.
Yeah, you've got this Marco Polo walked in here by Sese as well. So this one's going to be pretty interesting to see how JD and Saber deal with this Marco Polo, especially that ultimate that deals a phenomenal amount of damage, followed by that second skill that allows him as well to disengage from these fights, right? So you can see them kind of throwing in some of these safety nets in this play here for the side of DTE Gaming as well.
Yeah, the save by the Sun Bin is going to be really important. So time flux, it kind of gives you a rebate on your health if you get damaged during that duration. And the time lapse as well, that big ultimate, that big time clock on the floor. Not only does it provide silence, if they're going to stay in that, they're going to get hit with a massive amount of damage as well. But let's, theory crafting is over. It is time to put the work in and walk the talk. DTE Gaming going against AG Global. It's a best of 3. First one to take 2 wins will win this series.
2-0, or is this going to go the distance? Let's take a look and see exactly who wants this more. DTE Gaming as they take on AG Global here at the opener of this MKL Spring Season 2025.
Okay, so it looks like they're really concerned on the side of DTE that CC will not be able to win the lane against JD, which is a valid concern, right? It's really hard to play against alone. So they're going to try and swap the lanes. So CC should be able to hit his levels without much problems going up against Dalhan. And let's see how they do, because right now the wave play actually on AG Global is pretty significant.
Yeah, lots of pressure up mid lane and no extension here by Hao and BB, and a very quick steal. You can see that aggression coming out very early on from DTE.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need to do, right? Like we said, BB, he needs an advantage. He needs the level differential. And to kind of steal away from Yulong at this point is actually a big deal, because you want the Agudo to hit 4 first. And right now, DTE Gaming actually performing a little bit better in the early game.
Oh, and I don't think CM wants to take on this fight, but a very, very quick back away. And the flash shaves him. Just a little bit of a resetter here, but a 3v1 is not going to be a fight he can sustain at any point of time. Here comes BB with the backup as well. And just a quick teaser for Saber to quickly back on away, but they're just not finding full-on connections with their skills.
Yep, and it's kind of serious on the side of DTE Gaming, right? There's a lot of damage on the T1 tower, and this is when the shields are still up. So AG Global, they're kind of punishing them quite badly as well.
A very smart reversal from AG Global and overextending DTE up there towards the clash lane, and they immediately drop back towards farm to take advantage of that tower which was just defended by that one player. So very, very good counter coming on through from AG, but DTE wants a little bit of a payback here. Yulong caught out, but he is going to back away as Pai shows up for the backup.
Yeah, you know what? Yulong is not having a great game at all. It's a very uncomfortable situation. He has so many camps taken away from him. Yes, he's still in the same level as Zun, but at this point, as we hit that 4-minute mark for that first major objective, I think Yulong might not be in a nice spot.
Yeah, and Dalhan is being cheeky, trying to bait out both of those players from the side of DTE. That's not going to be too much of an issue. And AG Global, once again, I think that pressured down towards that bot lane. They want to take this first tower down immediately. Here comes the minions as well, but CM is on standby. Saber makes sure he doesn't get too close. And it looks like Tower 1 might just go down here as backup's just a little bit too far away.
Yeah, the tier 1 taken on the farm lane for the side of DTE Gaming. That is actually not a very safe start, right? AG Global now, because of that T1 being taken down, they have pretty much easy access into the first neutral objective. The Tyrant coming up in 45 seconds. That could cost DTE Gaming later on in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So very good focus coming on from AG Global. And they didn't really plan that. They allowed DTE to play the pacing towards the top. And they said, all right, if you want to play towards the top of the map, we'll just take advantage of the bottom. And now they've opened up this opportunity for themselves. Like you said, the objective to claim it over at the farm lane later on would be truly beneficial for AG Global. Just staying out of sight here, and BB being teased by all 3 players from the side of AG. They want to go in here for another tower, just waiting for yet another wave to come up front. And look at that back away once again, so smooth towards the Tyrant. 1 more second to go, and it looks like they are looking for something big here.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation to play around because I think advantage given to AG Global at this point in terms of positioning. But we might see a jump in on the side of CM because he is close by.
And it looks like that's exactly what DTE wants to do here. They want to play the sneak away, but Yulong's going to say absolutely no to that. And with the Tyrant buff, here comes AG Global once again down towards this mid lane. They want to take down the T1 tower. CC, on the other hand, is not going to be doing all that too much, just making sure the tower at that top lane does not get disturbed by AG Global.
Yeah, in terms of stealing the camps, right, having a little bit more jungle control, DTE Gaming has been doing really well in putting pressure onto Yulong. But the issue here is that AG Global, you'll start to see them snowball. They can fight now. The buff is going to be so useful for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes the big 3v4. AG Global pushing down the bottom, and it looks like DTE does not see this one coming at all. CM and BB quickly dropping back, and it looks like JD called for that backup from the rest of his team members, and down goes yet another tower. AG Global making this one look way too easy down here at bottom lane.
Yep, just keeping it simple, right? And now Phi getting chased down as well.
Very, very good push up mid, and that distraction just giving them that opening. But now Phi almost got out. Zun takes the first blood. But the bigger win is AG Global as far as they're concerned. They've already got 2 of those towers down mid. Now a fantastic defense towards this mid lane here as Zun continues to push on up forth alongside Hao and BB. CM does not want to step on out forth. And just like that, AG Global, they've got their backup once again. So no towers lost on the side of AG.
Yeah, it's a very tight situation now for AG, in a sense where I think they have to make a very clear decision here. Do we want to go all in on that T3 on the bottom, right? And maybe that will kind of relieve the pressure that DT are trying to put on the top side of the map as well.
And CC also very sneakily taking out that tower on the top lane, as well as all of this chaos was breaking down towards this mid and bottom lane. So everybody's playing their part, but AG Global just a couple of steps ahead, right? In terms of resources, it looks like they're still pretty much equal.
Yeah, but here's the difference between the farm lanes, right? JD already has the Eternity Blade, so the crit damage is going to be very valuable in the team fights. Now, CC, he still needs a little bit more on that Doomsday. They're going to start poking at each other at this point, but until they find their big stun, I don't think anyone wants to commit, because if you lose a fight now, that's a guaranteed tier 2 for either of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And nobody wants to take that chance just yet, but it looks like Team AG Global wants to make this opener for themselves. CC, a sliver of health left on him, but he managed to back away Zunzun on that stun. But Saber just cannot go in there for the follow-up just yet, because AG Global still playing this one pretty safe with Daohan protecting his mid lane turret. And it looks like the players on the side of DTE are playing this as safe as possible, trying to bait out the rest of the players from AG Global towards their side of the map. But AG is just way too smart. They're keeping a very strong defensive line.
Yeah, in fact, you can see that they're being very conservative with the usage of their skills, right? They understand that, hey, this is not the big moment we need to win. So I like this restraint coming up from AG Global.
It's kind of just making sure DTE does not go crazy as they come in here for the push, just playing all-out defense, waiting for that opener, and then smashing them when that opportune moment comes along. And this is one of those moments. Here comes Yulong as well, but Zun, fantastic shield, but Saber gets stunned, and he pulls off that immunity, but still won't get back. Yulong jumps into the fight, but gets slain by CC as well. And all of a sudden, AG Global on the back foot, 3 players down, and it looks like Howhead is going to get a taste of that as well. DTE with his comeback out of nowhere with the quad on their side.
Oh, that predictive Kachosen, such a nice finish to top things off. JD now has to hold his own against 4-5 different members on the side of DTE Gaming.
And it is not over till it's over, and DTE said, you guys are getting excited a little bit too early here. What a fantastic turnaround. And it was that stun, I believe, and CC getting that slay that really turned the fight to the side of DTE. And AG Global just had no response for that. Now, it's going to be the Tyrant aimed by DTE. This should be a pretty easy pick. I don't think AG Global wants to jump into this fight.
Oh, they can't, right? At this point, Tyrant's going to be secured by the side of DTE. And look, there is a big wound on the top. Tier 3 taken down, that's super minions marching down. That's something that AG Global consistently needs to keep their eye on. And I mean, the silver lining is the fact that the Overlord is in that lane, so it's a bit closer for them after they clear the wave. But still, DTE now ahead by 5,000. That's a big goal difference.
Oh, I mean, massive, right? And obviously, AG Global kind of taking down the objectives in terms of the towers down at the bottom lane, but DTE just focusing on the bigger prize overall here. It's
and
very simple.
You can start to see there's a lot of pokes coming in from DTE Gaming, right? So you have CC who's able to throw in those resplendent revolvers, BB able to throw the Kachosens, and How as well, right? So many things. They can throw the time bomb, a lot of poke. So even before the actual fight starts, AG Global might not be on their best foot.
And this is where AG Global just needs to make sure they don't make this mistake again, because DTE, like you pointed out perfectly, just kept poking and prodding at them, trying to bait them out of their secure defensive positions to get that catch that they found earlier on. And once again, they're attempting the very exact same thing. And AG Global, they kind of fell bait for that once. They don't want to make that mistake twice. Sun overstepping his boundaries, but what a fantastic defense to just walk out of there like nothing happened.
Yeah, so Fire actually secures that Azure Golem for the team. They're gonna make a beeline for that Overlord. They have to make a trade somehow.
And once again, the Overlord claimed, and it will be the Tyrant claimed, and it is just an all-out bash here as Howhan finds CM. This time it's AG Global just going a tad bit crazy here, but Sun moves on forth with the defense, standing, tanking all of that damage, opening up the battlefield once again for DTE, and this one might just be over. The defense, it's just Yulong, and he can't do much.
Yep, he definitely can't. This game is going to go into DTE Gaming. What a surprise. Oh, first game going to DTE Gaming.
I'll be fooled, and that is why I am no pro at Honor of Kings just yet. It was AG Global. That's me, bro. It's me in each and every single ranked match, okay? I'm doing so much, and then I lose the match. That was AG Global this time round. But, you know, fantastic stuff from DTE. Mechanical gaming-wise, just understanding very well what is their defensive capabilities, kind of poking and prodding at AG Global, trying to pull them out and waiting for that opportune moment to play that reversal. And when they took those top lane 2 towers, you know, you kind of knew already DTE has got something up their sleeves here. And AG Global, although they were playing very passive, they just still could not find that counter.
I think that earlier aggression worked out really well for DTE, right? Yulong was pretty much behind in the entire game. He had like, what, 6-7 camps stolen from him in the first few minutes of the game. So he couldn't really match up to what Zun wanted to do on that Mankey, right? At the same time, I think it was How, right, on the side of DTE. He was pretty clinical with the usage of his time-lapse as well. The silence came at the completely critical timings, which allowed that Fever Barrage to be laid down. That's a lot of damage. And CM, I think on this Dharma, my goodness, nice catches throughout the entire game. Let's take a look at the itemization for the team here. I think more importantly, I thought, you know what, JD was farming pretty well, but what use is damage when you have 0 protection? Saber could not find that protective measurement for the team.
Yeah, and it was just Dowhen with a single slay that he found off of DTE Gaming. And as for the rest of it, they were just being smashed left, right, center, right? I mean, CM was the player that he caught out, but AG Global, apart from taking down the 2 bottom turrets, there's nothing much that they really did that had massive impact for them within that game, right? They were looking for an opener down at the bottom, but as they were doing that, it was just DTE Gaming consistently poking and prodding away at them, forcing them to really be spread out all over the map for them to take advantage.
Yep, actually it is a huge risk on the side of DTE Gaming, right? Because they didn't commit to the defense. They actually went for the counter initiative. They said, it's okay, you know, the tier 3 at the bottom, if we lose it, we lose it. We will take your T3 first. And I think this is very telling of what that fight was like, right? AG Global, from what we saw, was most of the time sticking together. And that's what DTE kind of did so differently. Although they were not always together, CM kind of, separating away, CC up top as well. They were not really getting involved with the fights, but they were focusing individually on their own objectives and letting the rest of their team members, although outnumbered, they really believed in their mechanical skills as well as the defenses their characters can bring upon out there on the battlefield. I mean, it was just a phenomenal performance from DTE Gaming, managing all of this chaos out there. Yep. I mean, if you take a look at AG Global, they had 100% on that team fighting rate, right? They were constantly fighting while the rest of the team, separately for DTE, was farming. And you could see in the goal graph how this translated, that snowball effect. You know, when it starts rolling, it's not that big, but after a while, if left unchecked, it becomes a giant growth in gold. And with the gold advantage, I mean, there was one point where it was 5,000 gold ahead for the side of DTE. It didn't really matter for them. They could take any fight because they had the items to go up against AG face to face.
Yeah, and of course, you know, things kind of started to snowball from the Shadow Tower that DTE took, right? And it was just the response from AG Global that wasn't too slow. They tried to go in there for the defense, but they were just getting slayed. And as they tried to back away DTE with their massive push, they were just stealing everything away from their camps. And it was just nothing much AG Global could do except go in there for a full-on team fight, which they weren't really walking away much with.
Yep, you couldn't ignore that invitation, and the one that always invited them for the fights was Zunzun here, 3-0 and 5, tanking it up, right? Close to 30% of the hero damage taken for the entire team, but more importantly, because of his initiations, he got a lot of damage in as well. 33% of the team's hero damage dealt by Zunzun. This cute little squirrel actually bites a little bit harder.
It most definitely bites a little bit harder, man. I mean, 305 is a fantastic spot for him to be in, and this is just game one with DTE not being overly aggressive. This was still pretty much cautiously, you know, I guess it's just level one as far as DTE is concerned in terms of how far they can push this, and still the game ended fairly fast. Unbelievable. Let's see if they can wrap this up in the exact same way again, or we're going to find some sort of a counter here from AG Global now that they've gotten a taste of what DTE is capable of. Maybe their next lineup of heroes will be slightly more defensive in aspect, because obviously DTE wants to fight.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I would take a separate kind of POV on this. I would want AG Global to be even more aggressive, right?
Okay.
Sometimes the best defense is offense. But that's my perspective, right? It's not 100% correct. But let's take a look at the highlights of the game. There was a couple of moments that really swung in favor of DTE as the game progressed. Now, this kill on Fi is one of those big moments when you are able to consistently pick off Yuhuan. At the same time, Saber on the Zhang Fei, the two main save mechanics on the side of AG, the fight will always go well for you.
Yeah, and Sun was just so irritating to deal with, right? I mean, he was just blocking all of the damage off of the rest of his team members, always being that front man for the team of DTE. And he was the bane. I mean, they need to deal with Sun in this next match, or they're not going to be able to get through to the rest of the members on the side of DTE.
Yeah, they always seem to be able to filter those players from the side of AG one by one, right? It's always a singular target. So you can kind of tell the synergy within the team on the side of DTE. It's really clear, but it also tells me the communication is really clean, right? Most teams during the chaos of a battle, you know, there's a lot of instructions being shouted like, hey, I want to go for this guy, let's go for that guy instead. DTE, all in one, on the same page, hive mind, they went for the same target altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's, you know, essential in a game like this, right? If everybody's going to be focusing on to one character, even if they're not squishy, you're going to have a higher probability of taking them out of the equation, and then you focus on the rest of your opponents. And they did that so cleanly. There was not even a single moment of hesitation as they were just switching from, you know, opponent to opponent, and you could see the whole squad kind of just narrowed down into that. It'd be interesting to pick up on some of their comms as well to see exactly who's calling out these shots because of the clean execution that they're showing us here.
Yeah, and I think the draft itself really helped with the synergy of the team, right? So if anything went wrong, there was always the save mechanic on the time lapse. They could silence them for about a second or so, and in that moment of silence, I mean, everyone was praying, right? But it wasn't for DTE, it was for AG. I mean, they were not having a good time. Now, this is my concern for AG because we know that AG hasn't really been the most consistent team, but because it's so volatile, you could expect that AG in this second game, maybe they come back swinging, right? It could be a 1-1.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was about to say, right? Because of that volatility, perhaps now is that frontward swing of the pendulum. I'm hoping to see a little bit more from AG Global, because they got me a tad bit excited at the start of the game there, because that over-aggression down at the bottom, they were managing that really, really well. But I should have seen it coming, right? Because on this side of DTE, they were not too fussed at all that each and every single one of these fights, they were being outnumbered, and they just took it like champs, and they were not losing lives. I should have seen that one coming.
I mean, it's kind of like calling someone's bluff, right? You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe the DTE players were extremely stressed and they were like, yo, our T3 is being threatened. What's the call here? And then they were like, you know what? Let's double down. Let's go for their T3 instead. And somehow it worked out for them. But of course, the past is in the past. That's game number 1. It's a nice showing for DTE. Maybe we have found a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, and most definitely. And obviously, that's exactly what we're looking for here at MKL. We've got champions of the past taking on some new blood, and maybe the new blood wants to be the champion of MKL, and then later on the champion of the world as well. But of course, that's a lot of talk. We need to see that on the battlefield as well, just like what DTE did out there. They made this game look so easy. Are they going to do the exact same thing to the series? I'm curious to know. Kindofu, like I told you, man, I'm not a big MOBA fan, but I think I'm starting to like Honor of Kings a tad bit more here after seeing what DTE just did that, because that was just super smooth.
Yeah, but you know what? To make you even more excited, that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? There's a lot more action that will be in store. That's one thing. But at this point, I'm just curious about the thought process on the side of AG, right? One of the marks of a championship team or champions in general is how they deal with stress, how they deal with defeat, right?
Yeah.
So how do you recover from this? I think this is a very important marker to prove whether AG Global is worthy of number 1 getting one step closer towards that 11,000 USD, but it's also a test of their mental strength, right?
Yeah.
Look, you will be handed some else. You have to learn, but how fast can you learn?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, thank goodness for the global ban picks, because now they don't need to deal with the exact same heroes once again. But of course, the question is, how many weapons does DTE have up their sleeves to unleash upon AG Global? That's going to be proven in this next matchup here. If it's the bans and picks that kind of, switches gears a little bit here for AG Global, I hope that's the case. But if DTE comes off 2 games clean with their picks, regardless of anything, and they show us that their mechanical skills are something that the other teams have to really fear out there, I think I'm gonna find a team to support very early on in this competition, because maybe you tell me, Kindofu, am I calling it too early here? Am I going to see something better than this soon?
It's kind of like eating at a buffet, right? So why don't you explore all the dishes first, and then you make a decision after that, like, you know what, maybe I'll like this a little bit more. But now it is time to find out the reality of the situation. Let's head into the bans and picks. So AG Global this time, they picked up the blue side. They want to get the prio pick. It will be a Lung and a Liang ban coming in for AG Global.
And of course, earlier on, we did see a little bit of an irritating angle taken on here by Sun. So AG Global kind of wants to deal with him as well when it comes to these bans,
Yeah, Luna and Arlie going to be banned out as well. So actually, I think it's the same bans, right, for DTE. So they definitely have a composition that I think they understand what their weakness is. Now AG Global, they're going to pick up the Diadia, someone that is very flexible, able to fit into many compositions, many drafts, and I think DTE wants to finish this game quick. They snap up the Pei and the Byron, so Pei is a really fast-paced early game jungler, and if he gets his growth, he's going to be hard to contain.
Yeah, and obviously Diadia is a pretty fancy hero to use out there, usually combated by Danwei, Liu Bei as well as Musashi, but I don't really see them kind of coming into the mix here for the side of DTE Gaming. Sun this time bringing in the Byron. I wonder what sort of pain he can bring along with this hero.
Yeah, it's really about the burst mechanic as well as the bait survival, right? With the force field suppression when that ultimate comes down. The extra shields actually does change fights in a huge way. But the main concern here for me is AG Global, they also have quite a significant draft. Ogren, as we all know, meta pick since last year. He is still number 1 on the prio picks for the jungler list, and he should be able to have a good game even from the get-go, right? So DTE, they need a little bit more tankiness, they need a little bit more shield. So I like the fact that they pick up the Jumpy as well.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm actually a little afraid for AG Global here because Byron earlier on, instead of just being the tank, he's going to be able to poke and prod away at them as well. And, you know, you combo that along with Zhang Fei, I think AG Global is going to be in a world of pain here. Lady Sun pulled out by Phi and Ogren dragged in by Yulong as well on the side of AG Global.
Oh, AG Global. They take out the channel, and it's an important ban here. Channel works really well in teams that like to have long extended fights. Now, Ogren is a great hero, but Ogren doesn't finish fights quickly, right? Ogren takes a bit of time because he melts you down in that aspect. So AG Global taking away the channel is a great ban because if the fight goes long, DTE guaranteed to win it. And at this point, they pick up the Yixing as well. Now, Yixing very good at containing the teams, right? Once that board is laid down, he actually does an insane amount of damage with the sliding stones, with the taking liberties as well. It's a good catching mechanic, but it's also a very damaging one.
Yeah, his ultimate is pretty annoying to get away from. And I think this is exactly what DTE is trying to do, right? Like you mentioned in game number 1, they're trying to just squeeze them on with both of the sides of the walls, kind of closing in on them. And this is exactly what Yixing can do to them in a situation like that. And if AG Global wants to kind of like poke and prod away at them, this is going to be something that is going to be a little tough for them to deal with. But Gun and Mo being dragged in here by AG Global, your thoughts on this?
It's great. End of the day, look, AG have a big shield in front, right? So they need someone to be the spear behind it to kind of get the damage in. Ganemo, one of the highest damage dealers in the mid lane. At the same time, they have decent control because Saber gonna snap up the Sun Ce for the team, which is gonna be played by Dao Han here. Sun Ce has great rotation. Once he gets on that boat, it's going to be quite a disaster if he catches multiple members on the side of DTE. But the more interesting one, I know you love to play Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi in the DTE Gaming, getting that show, his utility is going to be off the charts here. That Burning Sun Arrow, I think, is going to be very useful because it helps to set situations where BB has more presence of mind and calm, collected time to really just see it. Is this the real board I want to lay down in the field?
Yeah, most definitely, right? Yeah, they're going to be looking to protect that Hou-Yi very early on in the game, but of course, late game, he's going to turn, mid to late game, he's going to turn into a pretty serious monster, and I'm looking at CC building up the number of eliminations that he gets in this matchup later on as well. A standoff here.
But it's not a very nice lane against JD here.
Let's see how he kind of deals with this. It's a very early 3v2 that we see down here at mid, but it's not an all-out battle just yet as the teams just kind of tease each other first.
Yeah, it's a simple strategy, right? So end of the day, you want to get Zun ahead once again, right? Because when this Tiger is ahead of the curve, he's able to deal quite a lot of burst damage as well. Primary targets, he will be looking for Phi, he's going to be looking for JD, and maybe even Saber if he's feeling a bit risky.
Firehawk taken down early here by Saber. Undisturbed at all, just clearing out his minion wave all alone. Needs to be a little careful that Hou-Yi is waiting for that opportune moment to hop on into this battle. Now, how backing away because he needs to recover his health just a tad bit here, and the rest of the players on the side of DTE not really overstepping their boundaries just yet.
Yeah, I think right now there are a couple of lost leaders on the side of DTE Gaming, right? So, oh, hang on.
It's a beautiful 3v3, but Sun Ce still not moving up forth at all, using the protective barrier of his tower as that backup, and it's just a tiny little skirmish and a quick reset coming on through for them so that they can hop into battle later on.
Yeah, so once again, I think DTE is doing well to put Zun in a good position, right? He's level 5, he's ahead of the curve, but whether they can translate this into an actual advantage, a kill somehow, that would be the big marker. And so far, I don't think he has found an opening yet.
Not yet. CC, here comes BB as well to hop on in, but Saber kind of saw that one coming. CC has managed to stun Saber for a tiny little second there, but no losses faced by AG Global just yet. Trying to take down this little Firehawk, and this is going to be the point of contention as it looks like AG Global doesn't want to let it go.
I mean, it's not the ideal situation DTE were looking for, right? They wanted to be able to burn out the flash from JD, so he doesn't have an escape option. They did burn out the Purify by Saber, so that's a good start, right? But right now, as we head that 3-minute mark, I think DTE Gaming will do well for themselves to kind of burn out more resources from the side of AG Global.
And now here's the minion wave from the side of AG Global. They do have the numbers here to take on Hao and CC, but it seems like they still want to wait for that opportune moment, not to overstep the boundaries just yet. And a good decision made overall, because DTE, they do have a little bit of a backup there in their own jungle. Sun just waiting for his opportune moment, still collecting all of that experience and gold before he hops on in.
Okay, they will try.
7 already, Sun though. Oh. And a great backup. BB hopping on in at the nick of time to save his buddy. And now here comes the knockback as well. CM hops on in. One more shot to shut down Yulong, but they all back away. What a cheeky maneuver coming through from AG Global.
Yep, they're dancing with fire at this point, right? AG Global, they almost lost Yulong there. And if they lost Yulong at that point, it would have been a horrible situation.
Oh, yeah.
Because look at the clock, right? It's going to be 4 minutes. And hang on, they're going to try again. Okay, maybe just a poke. But look, the Tyrant is a very important marker in the first 4 minutes of the game. If you get that, you have a sizable advantage to play off of.
Manages to pull this one off. By the way, things are looking here for AG Global. They don't really have much of a standing here to take this Tyrant on unless they push their numbers. And that's exactly what they're trying to focus on the bottom, setting up a trap for the players of DTE Gaming who know a little better than to hop on in. That beautiful stun. And it looks like BB is going in for the shutdown. Yulong is caught out in the open. How? With the connection, but there's just no finisher as the players had to back away.
Yeah, this is a big win for AG, right? Getting the kill on Zunzun. It also guarantees the Azure Golem at this point, plus the Tyrant. So this is an important decision on the side of AG to go and see how they're gonna make this advantage even bigger.
And we'll say fantastic opportunity played well by AG Global. Now Hao waiting, the backup. JD spots him out. Saber, beautiful stun, knocks him back as well. Hao can't get away. The chase is on CC for the backup, and he just drags his buddy away. That's not going to be taken down just yet, but Yulong does manage to take the Tyrant down for the squad. And here comes that extra bit of advantage.
Yeah, and you know what? Hao is not having a good time, and it feels like DTE Gaming are getting a taste of their own medicine this time.
BB, Yulong, it's a 2v3 and AG Global with the advantage here. The folks are just not finding the connection. BB and CC, they can't really take advantage of this. They don't have the help to pull off a extended fight against their opponents, DTE. And this top tower is probably going to be under attack if AG Global's not too careful.
I think end of the day, the turnaround side for the side of DTE Gaming comes in the form of gold, right? So right now at close to 4,000, CC's done well. He hasn't died yet. Hang on, this might be the first one for them.
Oh, beautiful stun coming on through, and Hao tried to get away, but just did not have the utilities to step away from that fight. BB, a sliver of health, but by just thinking twice before hopping on in there, Saber should be able to very easily take this golem out of play, and Hao once again gets caught out. And he is not going to get poked because it is the tower on this bot lane that is the intention of AG Global, and the distraction was perfect for them to take down that tier 2 tower as well.
Okay, it's a good start, right? They have about 1,000 gold ahead on the side of AG Global. But here comes that Burning Sun arrow, right? Every time this arrow lands, it is a potential win.
Overlord was sneaked away there, and Saber unfortunately could not step away from that one. Yulong, look at the bravado of this guy, hopping on in, launches CM, and he gets that backup as soon as hops on in to absorb the majority of the damage. And Yulong just an absolute tank at this point of time, barely scratched at all. And Hao does not want to hop on in for this battle, outnumbered for sure, using the tower as backup, but now he's going to get caught out. One more shot needed. CM is back for the catch, but Yulong just could not sneak away from that one.
There's not enough time, but maybe they can get a freebie in Yulong here. Zunzun.
It was Hao. Zunzun looking for it, knocks him back, and here comes the backup as well as JD and Saber all going in for the chase. They're about to get baited out if they go in all the way. The smart pullback coming through from JD and gang.
Yeah, this is the benefit of having a Diadea, right? This is why she's so scary, right? In a moment's notice, it suddenly becomes a full health organ here. So Yilong is not worried at all. And the fact that they have a small gold advantage, it does make the world's difference in fights.
Absolutely, AG Global now. Opportunity. Can they take one more? Oh, this is the level 3 CC up in the end. Yulong finishes it off easy. How now? Teased all the way to the back. Yulong has got one more opponent to deal with. BB, a sliver of health, cannot jump into this fight. Yulong taking on 2 players at the same time, and he will not get that one as Sun Sun slays him where he stands, backs away, and he is going to get hunted down by 3 players on the side of AG Global.
Yeah, they're being crushed at this point. DTE, they're struggling to keep up, right? And it's very apparent that AG Global has a very strong hold on this game. They're definitely in the driver's seat. Look, all of the T1s are taken down, only left with a T2 in the mid. So DTE, they don't have a lot of time. They have to figure out how do we get objectives across the map without giving up kills.
And this is just AG Global turning the tables like we asked them to. DTE Gaming not having this going their way at all, and then Ulti just kind of sweeping across the map, not touching anyone.
There needs to be a situation where they can kind of funnel the Crimson buff into the hands of CC, right? That's one of the win conditions that DTE needs to achieve. So Zunzun has been able to take his Crimson camps, that's great, but they need a little bit more damage, right? They do have the setup, but right now it is burst that's required for them to take out AG Global. And that's not an easy task because, look, the last update, Fi actually got that Stefan's Wrath as well. So he's having plenty of damage, and at extended range, this Gun and Mo is just going to destroy the lineup of DTE.
Yeah, objective after objective, all going towards the AG Global squad. Tyrant now picked up yet again by the team, and there's just no way that man gets away from that beautiful slay onto Dao Hen. And here comes the rest of the AG Global players just in perfect standby. Yulong trying to bait them out. I'm squishy, come take me on. Fire and Saber right behind for that backup. And now it's a 4v4. Do they want to go in for an all-out team fight once again? It's the immunity that kicks on in after that stun gets put through.
That was a nice stun by CM as well, and Zunzun gets that final kill here. This could be a reverse wipe.
It most definitely could be. Yulong not going to be able to contain this fight, but that fantastic defense does manage to hold him back, and it will be Dao Hen hopping right back and needs one more shot, and he does manage to take down BB, but it will be game over for him as well. Yulong, the final player on the side of AG Global that's alive to do anything, but he can't do much.
Oh, they play their cards so well on the side of DTE Gaming, and look at the rewards now. They get the Crimson Golem, they get the Tyrant as well, and they don't lose the T3 on the top. Right before this whole engagement happened, AG Global actually had a huge wave marching down on the top side. So DTE, they took a risk, and boy did it pay off. Now they're equal terms in gold.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say that, right? Equal back in terms of goal, and Sun Sun's not going to be able to do much here with his position, so he backs away. Very smart defensive play coming on through, but up top, CC just trying to protect this as much as possible because they know exactly what AG Global is going to be looking for shortly.
Yep. Now look, CC has been pretty muted this entire game, but finally he has hit the markers he's required to hit. Sparkforge Dagger, Doomsday, along with the Curaçao Savagery. Stun comes in again.
Oh my goodness, here comes that 4v4 yet again. Make that a 5v4 as CM hops on into this battle as well. What a pushback! And they managed to take out Dao Hen as well, who overstepped his boundaries, and AG Global being toasted. And this is DTE Gaming just turning the tides of battle. And now this puts them ahead in goal and potentially in the driver's seat once again.
Yep, the grind is complete for the side of DTE. They have hit the power rankings they need. CC now is a true menace, and I love the fact that Hao has been so consistent with his protections. Now finally that Burning Sun arrow going to be something that is so lethal to the side of AG Global.
And a team fight, DTE outscaling the players on the side of AG Global in terms of damage and levels. So this is going to be a tough fight for AG. DTE, easy takedown on the Shadow Overlord as well. And just like that, the tides of battle have turned. And DTE Gaming leading with the number of eliminations 10-7 as well. AG Global, if they want to pull something back in Dofu, what can they do here?
They have to rely on Fire and JD, right? These two are the important damage givers on the side of AG Global. But at the same time, I think Yulong and Daohen, they need to land those skill shots, right? Yulong needs to be able to tank, and so far he has not been able to because of the control.
Yeah, Yulong once again stunned halfway through. Sun Sun going in for the finisher, but it will be a very quick pullback from AG Global. And my goodness, DTE really showing who's boss. And it wasn't over just yet in their eyes. And just like that, they're right back in the game. Yulong still cheekily trying to push the players on the side of DTE back.
Yeah, AG Global, I think they have to take a risk in terms of positioning. Fire and JD should never stand together at this point, right? Saber, of course, keeps close, but if they're separated, it gives you a little bit more time to deal the damage, or the stun comes in again.
Stun comes in again, and Daohen is gonna get caught out. A backup by 5, but that's not gonna be enough to stop the rampaging DTE just yet. Saber hopping on in, but Yulong still squishy as far as DTE is concerned. But in a full-on team fight, DTE just does not want to take any risk whatsoever. And a beautiful step back again defensively. They go in here for the recovery because they know this next objective is coming up shortly. 20 more seconds to go.
Yep, look, there's a lot of respect coming in from DTE Gaming, especially on the hands of Sun Sun. He actually gets the Demon Bane, right? Which is one of the rare items that gives you magic defense and attacking capabilities as well. So he's concerned about Fi. And right now, I think I need to compliment how he has been super consistent. His saves to make sure CC is able to deal damage, but get the stuns down. That's a big marker.
DB is going to be pressured here. Yulong. Oh! It's got the capability, but the beautiful stun will convert into a slay onto Fi as well. And now launched up into the air once again. Saber playing with his luck, and he will not be allowed to get away from this one. CC slayed as well. Yulong with the opportunity to maybe run away, and he gets away with a sliver of health, still taking advantage of whatever he has. And one final opportunity in terms of defense was JD, and he pushes back the rest of the players on the side of DTE, but it is not enough to stop that rampage down here at the Tyrant side as well. Perhaps a sneak on that final shot, but Yulong's not going to get there in time.
Okay, AG Global, they're kind of figuring things out now, right? So that was a much better fight for them. Daohen this time did a little bit better in terms of fight. He was able to kind of separate the members on the side of DTE, which is one of the big win conditions, right? You don't want them to be able to group up together. But more importantly, you need to close the gap between BB and CC. Right, the two of them, so far, know your ABCs, they are the win condition, right? BB is able to land those destructive sliding stones, taking liberties, a lot of stuns, and a lot of damage over time. This is the same style for CC as well. So the fact that Daohen was able to catch out these two members has been great. But they need to do a little bit better on that positioning to try and get Yulong into a position where the Conductor of Souls has full value. He needs to connect with more people on the side of DTE.
Shadow Overlord on standby here. DTE obviously wants this. AG Global pushing them back, starting to engage with the Overlord first. It's not gonna be a good idea if DTE hops on in there for the steal, but it is gonna be denied by AG Global. JD with the final hit in here, and now yet another breath of life for AG Global to get this advantage buff on their side.
Yeah, they need to start playing the map, right? I don't think it's a good time to take a fight on the for either side. You need to control the waves. Don't allow that, taking of the T1s. For AG, having the T1 is a huge advantage because it means they have to try to work really hard to get the waves coming in, right? There is quite a bit of security. The fact that there's 2 more towers, or 3 in fact, in the middle before they get that full mega minions coming down.
And let's look at the opportunity Yulong's going to be able to create here. Very cheeky, all alone. And DTE is not falling for it just yet. Yulong waiting for the rest of his team members to appear with the backup. Beautiful as he engages with Sun Sun. And DTE's just playing this so calm, cool, collected, waiting for AG Global to make a mistake, but that doesn't happen. Sun Sun stunned once again. But that's all there is to that engagement.
Yeah, it's right now, it's AG in a much better position, right? Yulong, the fact that he stole the Crimson buff, now he's able to deal true damage, able to deal burning damage as well. He is going to be able to do his job, which is to soak in all of the damage that's offered by DTE, but more importantly, create space for JD and Fi to get those shots down.
Let's see what they can do
Blue
with
team has
this
destroyed
extra opportunity.
a
AG Global pushing on fourth, and it looks like the minion wave is going to be a tad bit weaker on the side of DTE, and all they can do is just hold back and wait. Yulong, beautiful, as they launch him up into the air, and Howhead is just holding onto his hat as JD goes in for that final shot. Sun taken out of the equation already. BB really low on his health as well. They are going to be able to get a counter onto Dowhan. 5 really low as well, and AG Global had that opportunity, but the defense from DTE absolutely phenomenal.
Both teams found the opening that they needed, right? So it kind of fell to a situation, hang on, if this stun lands, okay, never mind. Phi and JD were exposed by the side of DTE Gaming. Likewise, on the side of AG Global, they managed to find their footing to put hands onto BB, Zunzun, and CC, right? Now, at this point of the game, we're looking at 6 slotted members on both ends, right? So it then comes down to perfect positioning.
I thought CC was going to get a few extra eliminations this time around, but it seems like he's not fully activated just yet. Yulong still being cheeky, poking away at the rest of the DTE players. They want to walk away here with this Tyrant, and it looks like they should be able to do that. AG with a sneak away, but that will be denied by Sun as he takes the Shadow Tyrant for the squad. Extra buff on their side now, and they want to go in for the shutdown, but How does not have enough health to get the job done.
It's fine. This is a great fight for the side of DTE Gaming, right? They recognize that the comeback factor for the side of Yulong is the fact that he's supposed to be able to land his ultimate, that Conductor of Souls, onto members of DTE for the health recovery, right? And every single instance, I want you to take notice of how he's baiting that ultimate out, right? So that Yulong actually overextends, commits close, and CC just melts him down. So at this moment, both farm laners, JD and CC, they have hands on the Crimson buff. This is their fight to change.
The top lane here for the side of AG Global seems really, really weak. DTE just waiting for that opportune moment and that opener. Tempest Dragon shows up on the map, and it is gonna be the final run on this game. Let's see exactly what this 20th minute brings as AG Global. Obviously, they want to play this fight. Gets launched up into the air. Stun onto Saber as well, but the finish is just not there as BB gets that connection onto himself, and he backs away, finding his life on himself just yet again. Launched into the air once, and Yulong still as tanky as ever, and this skirmish is just going to push DTE back for a few seconds before they come back for the re-engage. A couple of players need to get that reset before they can try for the Tempest.
Yeah, information is really vital for both teams here. They need to know who's committing, who's not. Nice stun.
Fantastically done. Yulong, once again, like you mentioned, still poking and prodding away at them, trying to get those ultis out from the side of DTE, but they're not falling for that bait just yet. And House is going to clear off that minion wave. JD very cheekily taking a couple of shots up against this Tempest Dragon. CM waiting for that opportune moment to hop on in and sneak away that final shot. But it's still quite a ways to go before that happens. And Dowhan will miss that stun, but it doesn't matter because they still do have that opportunity with the numbers.
I'm going to try again.
Too long. And it's just a couple of pokes and prods coming on through. Tempest Dragon once again back to full health. It's gonna be the minion wave that's the focus of DTE yet again. AG Global kind of pushing the minions up fourth, down mid. And CM, look at him, just really cheeky. How is Dowhan not spotting him out just yet?
Oh, mistake.
Oh, fantastically done. And it is gonna be CC who's immune to all of those shots as he backs away. And once again, this fight for the Tempest Dragon just so heated between AG and DTE.
Yeah, the dancing of knife's edge for both teams, right? But I think at this point, it is AG who does have the advantage because Phi is now able to get those skill shots from range. So right now, it's really important that they find the stuns. Right now, CM is probably that entry into the win condition.
AG Global, I see exactly what they're doing, right? Just kind of melting down all of those minions down the mid lane, kind of distracting DTE Gaming to go for the defense as they drop back for the Tempest Dragon, but that's not going to be an easy one to pull off of DTE. They know exactly what to expect. They're actually expecting the exact same tactic to be pulled off on their side. CC and How now down mid. You still see Dowhan opportunity, spots out Zun, and he's gonna keep him away. Swinging and gets that stun landed on him as well, but Zun tanky enough to take that shot straight up from Dowhan. Now freezes him halfway through. Total immunity pulled out here as he tries to back away. Dowhan with the opportunity, and he takes it perfectly. And a crucial kill steal coming on through. This the Tempest Dragon gets sneaked away by Saber.
Okay, they win the fight here. They need to start going back to the base. This is really critical. They cannot tunnel vision. There is a bunch of minions on the top. Are they really gonna lose like this?
Maybe they will. Beautiful stuff, and it's just the minions doing everything. CC hops on out, clear it out, baby. There you go. Saving the game. A few seconds in here. CC's back, but they still have to wait 18 more seconds for BB to be able to do something out there on the battlefield. Sunset kind of pushing on forth alongside Hao, and this is mainly just to keep AG Global back from doing all of the damage. And now they've got an opening here to end the game, but here comes the stun and launches Hao into the air, and a sliver of health left on him. Dowhan should be able to get this.
Oh, now it's a complete turnaround. This is a big advantage for AG Global. There's still, I think, 2 more waves. No, there's no more waves of the Tempest Dragon. So, okay, that's a silver lining for the side of DTE Gaming. But they're out of resources for their protection. Hao is out of the game for 30 seconds or more. So right now, if AG Global force a fight, DTE might fall.
Let's see if or not DTE falls for this one. They're backing away just to make sure their towers are not taken down just yet. BB is there towards the top. Sun will get launched up into the air. My goodness, what a risk they take. And they do manage to take down the third tower as well. The stun will be thrown out here by CM. Catches Yulong, but the man is still tanky. Puts up the defenses. No one's going to touch him just yet. Sun not overstepping his boundaries. Trying to make sure this mid tower does not go down. But he will not be able to defend that at all. Just way too weak. And AG Global now leaving DTE Gaming fully exposed.
Yeah, it's a Baron base. It's important to get the stuns.
And the crystal now is going to be the target. BB will get stunned once again. The immunity is there. And look at Hao just trying to get this done. Sun hops on in that DTE. How are they even doing this? But they only have Hao and CC to depend on now. Once again, Hao pushed on back. It's a 4v2 and the stun comes on through. And it looks like Hao is not going to be able to get the job done. This is that comeback we wanted as AG Global smashes the crystal to bring this to a tie and push this to game number 3.
Yeah, so it's a difficult situation for DTE at this point, and it is just a painful one. They were so close, right? End of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I thought the Howie was going to be able to do it for the side of DTE. He did not, and I think the ramp up was just a little bit too slow. And on the side of AG Global, we got to respect the fact that, you know, they were trying that poking and the prodding early on in game number 1. It just did not work, but it didn't work because they were not good at it. They just didn't see that turnaround from DTE, right? But, you know, fool me once, you know, shame on me, fool me twice. I'm not going to let that happen at all, says the team of AG Global. A phenomenal comeback here to push us into game 3. Unexpected.
Yep, so actually DTE actually making AG go the distance, that's a surprise, right? Because the new bloods, this is not what you normally expect, right? Now AG Global, we talked about this, it is going to be a volatile game, and AG Global definitely did show that they do have what it takes to take the wins as well. So let's take a look at the itemization. Really impressive. This went the distance. Tempest Dragon, 20 over minutes, and I think it came down to the positioning on JD as well as Yulong as well. The two of them were so prominent in the team fights, changing the way that DTE were fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Saber was just not allowed to do much in that fight at all, but he was throwing out as much as possible up against the team of DTE Gaming. And overall, it was just, you know, CC as well as Zun kind of going out there and really wrecking havoc on the rest of them. We saw the way BB was flying around on the battlefield as well, kind of keeping AG Global at bay. But at the end of the day, you know, what's most important is both teams have managed to put their best foot forward, and we are at a 1-for-1 tie here, being pushed into game number 3 at the opener of our MKL Spring 2025. What a fantastic start to the day.
Yeah, I mean the tankiness on the side of AG Global is what really net them this win, right? Because Yilong was doing so well in making sure that he was able to tank through all of the damage. Not only that, because of his ability to tank, he was also able to deal a lot of damage on the side of AG Global. So he got his hands on the CC, he's got his hands on the BB as well. And end of the day, because of his dominant performance in the team fights, CM could never go and access in the backlines. So Fire and JD were pretty much safe due to the tankiness of Yilong.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, on the side of AG Global as well, it seems like it was a opportunity to just absolutely run away with this, right? Let's take a look at the team fight rate once again. DTE Gaming always trying to stick together out there in the battlefield, but this time around, kind of understanding that they do need to spread out on the battlefield a little bit more as well. But in terms of damage dealt, look at what that Yulong did. A total of 204,000 damage out there on the battlefield. But of course, he did sustain quite a bit as well. We saw him each and every single time, up close and personal, trying to poke and prod away at his opponents.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, tanking up 320,000 damage, that's a lot of value for the team, right? It allows so much freedom and it takes away a lot of stress from the side of AG, especially for Fai, JD. And you know what? I didn't mention Daohan that much, but he was also critical. His bolts did land on the important targets, not just lowering down the health, right? Not just killing them. I think killing them was not part of Daohan's plan. His plan was just to lower the health so that Yulong could get that seer state kills.
Of course, let's take a look at the graphs here as well as to where this one kind of went south, right? That Tempest Dragon that was taken by AG Global, you would have expected that to kind of swing in their way, but you saw DTE do a number on them a little bit later on as well. A little bit of a back and forth, but the graph kind of tells us a different story here, Kinofu.
Yeah, it was pretty big because there were certain moments where CM on the side of DTE on that Byron did manage access into the backlines. That's where the swings come from, right? Because they got rid of JD, they got rid of Fai, and AG Global then started to lose those fights because they were not in the correct positions. Yilong had to leave them for dead because end of the day he was trying to get rid of CC and BB, right? Making sure that there's no more damage coming in from the side of DTE. But that one minor mistake was what kind of swung the goal lead back into the favor of DTE. But like you said, once he gets that steal onto the Tempest Dragon, it was just over from them. And of course, this nets him the MVP. Yulong 7-3 and 5. Look at the damage he dealt. 43% of the total hero damage offered by AG Global.
I mean, hats off to Yulong. This guy has got some guts, right? Fight after fight after fight. He was just in front. And no matter what he faced, whether it was a stun, whether it knocked him up into the air, they just could not find a way to squish this guy. He took the most amount of damage. He dealt the most amount of damage on the side of AG Global. Phenomenal, truly well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, and there are little behaviors throughout the game that you will notice that Yulong does. I think he kind of figured out that, hey, they're trying to bait me out by using my ultimates, but if I don't, give them that opportunity, it actually forces the DTE players to stay close, right? And that's where the benefit of having Fai, having JD land their skill shots comes into handy. And that's exactly what he started doing in the later parts of the game. Earlier parts of the game, you notice that he's trying to land his ultimate onto multiple members on the side of DTE Gaming. Didn't really work out in their favor, so they changed their strategy. So that this adaptation on the side of AG was what really led them to take this series by storm.
Yeah, it's also great understanding of the game overall by Yulong to understand exactly who he can take on out there on the battlefield, regardless of the amount of health he has on him. And I'm talking obviously when he's really, really low. You can see him like a champ just out there tanking shots he should not be able to tank. And just understanding that his opponents, even though full on that health, will not be able to touch him. That's game sense on another level. Once again, Yulong, phenomenal stuff. And the end of this matchup was just absolutely perfect. AG Global making that phenomenal comeback like we wanted them to. And now to open up MKL 2025 Spring, we've got a 1-1 tie down to our game number 3 in this best of 3. Winner will, well, not really get the full-on bragging rights. It's a double round robin, so there will be a rematch of this, which we want to see go the distance as well, looking at how exciting things have been.
Yeah, but when you want to put your best foot forward, right? And both teams now on the cusp of taking the series, a winner takes all at this point, right? For the first half of their meetup. And I think to be able to go into the later parts of the league, having won, I think that's a good and great confidence booster. But at the same time, it also puts you in a much better position in the league standings, right? End of the day, it will come down to the moment, to certain moments where it's like, you know what, if we won that game, we won that one more game, we would have been in a better position to qualify for the World Cup, get closer to that 11,000 USD. So these small moments, it matters a lot more, and I think it puts a lot of stress on the players and the teams as well.
And I think we saw a very clear difference in terms of the team fight mechanics from the side of AG Global, right? In the previous game, they were just purely sticking together. They were playing as if they did not want to get into a full-on engagement up against DTE. It seemed like they were scared to get into those fights. But now you see them in game number 2, kind of like spreading out on the battlefield, kind of focusing on their own individual objectives and getting into these fights only when it's truly needed, when Yulong kind of calls upon all of them like, hey, you know what, jump on in here. And I think that sort of a balance did them a lot of favors in this game to make that comeback. AG Global managing to bring this fix on the fly, it shows the kind of IQ the team has on their side as well, right? They don't have this one single plan that they're stepping into the competition with, which they're going to smash all the way through. They're making these micro adjustments as we go through game after game, and I think that's the most important thing here, Gindofu.
Yeah, really understanding how and when you should take damage. I think that's one of the biggest markers that I've taken away from this game, right? Yulong, the moment he doesn't have the Death's Precipice, that swipe, he knows that he can't lifesteal. So he's like, okay, I'm out. Hang on, you guys take the damage, right? And they have managed to share the damage across the board of all the different members of AG Global so cleanly that when Yulong comes back in, suddenly he's like at full health again. And you're like, didn't we just hit him 10,000 times? How is he at full health? And that's how AG kind of like really ramped over them across the board in that last few fights across the game.
Yeah, very, very well played game overall coming through my AG Global. And, you know, once again, the understanding of how the character mechanics out there interacts with the rest of the players on the battlefield, I think they pulled that off phenomenally. Now we go into game number 3 shortly, where, like you said, winner takes all in this series. It's not do or die time for them just yet. This is where the pressure really starts. But like you said, you want to take every single win that's available out there. You don't want to be taking no chances. Albeit top 3 teams do go on to the Esports World Cup, we won that 11,000 USD.
All right, so let's take a look at what they have been picking for these 2 games, right? This is the picks for both sides. And so far, right, game 1 went to DTE, game 2 went to the side of AG Global. Now, there's a couple of things that stand out. Number 1, DTE, they still have access into this Ogren jungle, right? You mentioned the Musashi, so this is something that maybe AG Global could pick up if the Ogren does make it into the 3rd game of this series. And you know, mid lanes now, there's a lot of burst mechanics coming available for the side of DTE. Still available for AG, right? We do have heroes like the Nuwa, we do have heroes like the Mai Shiranui still accessible for the side of AG Global, but I think they might want to pick up the Yixing as well. He's one of the meta prio picks right now in the Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Yixing being used, but I've also seen people kind of mess up with his mechanics, right? And what in your opinion kind of makes the difference in terms of how well or how effective is used out there on the battlefield?
I think predominantly for mid laners, it's predictive skill usage, right? So knowing where the person is going to land and then aiming your skills there would be much better. And especially for someone that requires precision as much as damage. For heroes like the Yixing, for Gun and Mo, you need to know where your opponents are going to be walking into and how you're going to be setting up the skills, right? End of the day, you can land your taking liberties as Yixing, but if the person is not going to be hit by the sliding stones later on, what's the point of doing it, right? You need to be able to land consistent damage. You need, after that, lay down the board. They want to run away? No, you have to stay here. I want to treat you to some nice drinks. Throw a couple of stones, you know?
Absolutely right. And of course, it's going to be dependent on the mechanical skills of the players out there as well. If they're going to be playing that counter upon that, like you said, it's not just dependent on exactly when he uses that skill, exactly where he aims that as well. So you want to be juking and you want to be baiting that out as well. And we kind of seen this bait tactic being applied here, mainly by DTE initially, AG Global falling for it, AG Global making that very aggressive push. And I think you called it out really well, right? Instead of going doubling down on your defensive side, take that fight up against DTE, get that aggressive nature out there to snatch the game away, and they did exactly that. I think they're going to go with that aggression once again, but of course I am no pro, so we'll wait to see exactly what sort of a ban pick we have here, because now 20 of those champions have been taken out of the list, all thanks to the global bans and picks. Let's take a look at the drafts and see what happens.
Alright, let's see. They're going to start off with the Mai Shirnui band. Same thing. I think they understand that AG Global, they have a potential of a huge burst, right? AG Global, now this is the last game of the series, so you have to make a draft that counts. So I think pretty much all of those big picks will be taken out. Luna, Arlie, maybe the Lung as well. These are the heroes that will probably be priored as well. And Ogren will be taken out. No big win conditions for you, DTE Gaming.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the Ogren being brought in, and obviously this is a superb ban coming through from AG Global just to disable that aggressive side of DTE. They don't want to be messing with the jungler anytime soon. Liang being brought in here by CM seems to be a very dangerous pick.
Yeah, look, it's a combination for a big win, right? So there's so many combinations you can play with. You can actually get the gun and Mo for DTE, or you can even have the Princess Frost. These are two combinations that work extremely well, which is also why the side of AG Global picks up the Nuwa, right? They kind of expect that, hey, maybe they would consider the gun and Mo. I think it's a good combination because the Liang offers you lockdown, suppression. You can't purify out of that. But I think DTE Gaming, they're going with a slightly different combination here. They will prefer the Princess Frost combination and allow the Lung to have a little bit more freedom.
Yeah, we've got the teleporter Nuwa here as well. So this one seems to be a very smart pick by AG Global. I guess they're trying to manage a little bit of more of these team fights here. So Yulong's going to be all over the map, that backup as and when AG Global kind of needs him out there on the battlefield. And Mozzie is going to be dragged in here as well. So AG Global looking to tank a lot of this damage that DTE kind of raining on them earlier on. I think this is a composition that just might work out for them.
Honestly, if I'm on DTE Gaming side, I would find AG Global's draft extremely hard to deal with. It is quite the nuisance because they have so much control. This is probably this is going to be a roam mortar. So Saber is going to be landing those cannon blasts. The stuns are going to be really important. At the same time, Nuwa offers you quite a bit of CC as well. Not something that is too difficult to deal with. Creation, that first skill, when she throws out that little box, it pushes you back, right? So there will be moments where DTE Gaming will find themselves in a tight spot because look, this is going to be a roam Liang, and he needs to be untouched when he gets his control down. And I don't think AG Global is going to allow that at all.
And surprisingly, DTE actually taking Howie out of the equation here. And BB walking in with the Frost, you're going to see a lot of these team engagements being controlled by Princess Frost. I mean, kind of freezing them in their spot. And a counter for that is going to be Jing on the side of AG Global.
This is not looking good for DTE. Look, AG Global, they have 3 sets of setups, right? So you have the stun from the Mortar, you have the stun from the Nuwa, and you have the stun from Byron as well. Anyone lands a stun, and Yulong on his Jing is just going to go crazy. His Mirror Domain is going to hurt so much, and bear in mind, Jing is one of the highest mechanic heroes in the game for now, but he is also one that offers so much damage, burst potential, instant delete.
Yeah, absolutely right. And obviously being able to refresh that skill by just refresh your ultimate, by just spamming the rest of your skills over and over again is going to make JD a little irritating to deal with out there. And we know how aggressive AG Global can be. And Sancha being brought in once again here into this matchup. And you see how walking in with him.
I think it's quite difficult to steal for the side of DTE Gaming, right? Look, assassin junglers, there is one main weakness, which is you need the advantage. Going up against another assassin jungler, if you fall behind, you will see that gap very, very well. At this point, it's a burst composition, right? So whoever's team has more control and whoever can land their control more successfully, more consistently, will have an advantage. And right now, all of these land point towards AG Global having a pretty decent game. Look, they have 5 members who have control somehow.
Yeah. Absolutely right. And of course, How is going to be able to control some of the movements in a team fight as well. And I believe that crowd control is going to turn the favor of the battle into the side of DTE Gaming when it's truly required out there. Overall, great picks coming on through from both of these teams here. Let's see exactly how that matches up shortly.
Yeah, right now I think it's going to be important to land your skill shots. We talk about being strong mechanically as a player. This game is going to test both sides, right? How well, number one, do you know your heroes? And number two is how familiar are you with what your opponent is trying to do and wants to do and when do they want to do it, right? That's the marker. As a Princess Frost player, she is my prio pick in the mid lane. You have to know exactly what the person wants to do. That's how you get your frigid prisons down.
You've got the Byron here as well. Obviously, that needs a little bit of charging up before heading on in as the aggressor in some of these fights. Obviously, you are the aggressor if you're the Byron early game. How is walking away from this battle? The stun will be laid out onto BB, but that's just more for precautionary measure as they back away from that fight. So DTE not really dealing with much early on.
The rotations will be slightly faster from the side of AG Global, right? Because in the mid lane, JD, Saber as well as Fi, when they're together in the mid lane, they clear a little bit faster compared to what How and BB can do. So you can expect that AG will make the first move. But in the other lanes, if CM is able to hold his own against Dalhan, faster rotation from the Clash lane on the side of DTE Gaming. So it really comes down to who's able to get an advantage in their lane, and let's see if they can use that to snowball or put some advantage into the heroes before that 4-minute mark.
JD's gonna clear out the Firehawk here as he's gonna continuously just protect his bot lane. But 3 players on the side of AG already stacking down mid, waiting for that opportunity to meet up with BB as they clear out the minions first. But of course, backup is there in the form of How. And it is not gonna be a full-on engagement just yet from DTE. They know their priorities.
Yeah, a very different train of thoughts from both teams, right? So AG Global, they want to focus on the mid lane. DTE Gaming, actually, Zunzun went up to try and find that first blood for his team onto Dalhan. Didn't really work out. Dalhan knew what was going on. So both teams matching each other's thought process pretty well so far.
He's going to be able to kind of sort out CC all on his own and nobody else interfering just yet. Down here at that bot lane engagement. BB, Fi, Yulong, everybody on standby to get into the thick of the action shortly. And the top lane tower kind of just left open here as Dalhan kind of hops on back for the defense.
Yeah, I think, this is the calm before the storm, right? As we head to that 3-minute mark, I think both teams will kind of scour the map and see if there's any possible openings of that first blood. If it doesn't appear before that 3-minute and 30 mark, I don't think these teams will do anything, right? It would then change into a concept where, hey, let's fast clear the lane so that we have priority positioning for that first tyrant of the game. That will be probably the thought process now. And as you can see, as we hit to that 3-minute mark, nobody is out of position. They don't want to give information to the other team.
Lovely. Both playing this extremely carefully, not underestimating their opponents. But look at Dalhan here. Cheeky steps on out as Sun moves into his range of attack. And the full-on team fight. Stun comes on through, and Yulong this time could not back away. A phenomenal engagement coming through from DTE, and AG Global just not able to hop on in there to save Yulong in the nick of time.
That's pure greed, right? AG Global, I understand the train of thought. They wanted to get the first blood. That was a good attempt.
Yeah.
But Saber was not close by, right? Saber did not manage to stop How from getting that control down. And that was a downfall. This is why the combination of BB and How is so scary, right? Princess, Frost, and Liang double stuns, and it's a suppression, right? You have to stun the Liang out of his ultimate. Nothing else works. So the fact that Saber was unable to provide the backup, look at the benefit now. DTE Gaming, this is essentially a free tyrant for them.
Yep, unless Saber pulls off some magic, but Sun says, no sir, not today. It is DTE with the first big objective here, Tyrant on their side.
Oh, another catch.
And it looks like this frozen Saber will get slain as well. Beautifully done by DTE.
Yeah, this is why DTE Gaming's composition is so scary, and once again, they can snowball out of control based off all the lead they've gotten for themselves. It's not a lot, it's about 1,000 gold ahead. But once again, all it takes is for How to get his ultimate up, and that's a big moment for the side of DTE Gaming.
Oh, this is just phenomenal at this point of time, and AG Global is not really panicking just yet. They should be able to make their way out of this as long as they don't overstep their boundaries like what Yulong did earlier on. Sun now just trying to bait him out. He does have the backup on 5, but they will be outnumbered in a 4v2 battle here. One mistake is all it needs. The stun is there, but that's just a cheeky attempt, and they all back away together.
Yeah, you could see how these kills have helped DTE so much, right? The fact that the kills have gone into Hao and BB, sorry, the two of them now don't require that much farm, right? And they're willing to kind of funnel the farm into the hands of Zun, who as an assassin jungler does really well with a level advantage and gold advantage as well.
Very smooth play down here at the bot lane coming through from AG Global, managing to do just enough damage towards the first tower. And just a little, one more push should be able to sort that out for themselves to set up a decent enough position for the next Tyrant. But DTE sees that one coming for sure. Let's see how they deal with this.
Yeah, AG Global, you can see their positioning is so safe. They don't want to get caught out by Hao again, right? Though that ultimate on the control definitely is a soft guarantee that it's going to be a kill for the side of DTE Gaming, which is why AG Global, they're playing so far behind right now, and they're starting to group up. While I love the Liang pick, he suffers against multi-man engages, right? Anytime there's someone to stun him up, it's a horrible situation.
And Dao's gonna get suppressed and frozen as well. My goodness, could not get away. Dao Hen will be slain right where he was frozen. It's gonna be Sun now with an opportunity, not overstepping. He does have Hao for that backup, but the man gets stunned as well. And AG Global just very smoothly taking this control back into their hands. But look at CM now overextending. Yulong will step on away. Sun for the backup. And this should be over for the guy. But out of nowhere, Pai comes flying on in alongside Saber for the backup. And no casualties for the side of AG.
Yeah, this is what I mean, right? So burst potential really high when you have Assassin Jungler draft. Right now, CC might be forced to use the Dragon.
Oh. A beautiful use of the Dragon, managing to escape from that sure annihilation. CM though, it's gonna go in here for the quick teaser and baiting in the rest of the AG Global players. Is this gonna be a smart idea coming on through? CM does not find the hook, and just too many players from the side of AG Global for a full-on engagement for DTE. But now that they've got the numbers, they can push with their minions.
Yeah, this is the perfect situation for AG Global, right? Finally, they can start to be a bit more aggressive. If they can take the T1, they'll be great. But right now, DTE Gaming understands what's at risk. They will pour that manpower to try and get the defense onto their T1 turrets. But probably not going to survive this, though.
Red team has
AG
destroyed a
ends up
tower.
losing their first tower. And as I say that, they pull a counter annihilation towards the bottom tower of DTE as well. So now both teams have a equal chance at engaging with this Tyrant. Let's see who's the one with the better position here. In terms of levels, you do find them pretty equal on both sides.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they know that Zun is around the corner here. The steal does not come in.
Yulong will be able to walk away with the Tyrant slaying. AG Global now with the advantage for a massive push up against DTE, and DTE sees this one coming. They're grouping up together for the full-on 5-man fight and protection of their tower. Question is, it's all about the timing. Here comes the stun and a beautiful slay onto Fire. Sun hops on in. The counter stun comes on through from Saber and Gang. But look at this now as CM moves on in for the Overlord slay. AG Global catches them, and this might just be that mistake from the side of DTE. AG Global going in for the full-on advantage. How? A sliver of health. The counter stun comes onto Dao Hen, and Sun just playing cheeky with this, but AG Global not breaking a sweat as they go on in for the Azure Golem as well.
Yeah, they couldn't find JD. JD was the win condition for that fight, and JD at that point in time had the Crimson buff. He was dealing damage and hitting like a truck. Right now, he does have quite a few items. The core items are already completed. Sparkforce Dagger, Doomsday. He does have the Deep Frost Siege as well, so he does have defensive capabilities. And until you have your hands on JD, I don't think DTE Gaming will win the next few fights.
Oh, this one is looking way too equal on both sides here in terms of capability in these team fights. Just looking for somebody to make that one big mistake. The question is, will anybody take advantage out there on the battlefield? Tyrant time once again, baby. Sun from the back looking for a steal if it's lucky, but AG Global kind of trying to pull this Tyrant out of his position. Here comes Dowhen as well to stop Sun from doing any bit of damage, and they will go ahead and push him back. Yulong with the Slay as well as he takes down Hao from that equation. Sun with a sliver of health and still escape on 5 with the Slay from afar. A beautiful shutdown. Yulong taken out as well. Triple on the side of AG Global.
Oh, that was a nice reposition. I've not seen this just yet, and I've not seen it that many times, but 5, my goodness, that was a nice annihilation. Reposition with their movement through the matrix as well. So the clean game. AG Global, this is exactly what they need. They need this level of proficiency.
Yeah, I mean, take 3 players down. Tyrants all yours, and it is just Saber on a rampage as well. Shadow Tyrant belonging to AG Global just means DTE needs to buckle up for a huge wave of pain that AG is about to bring upon them.
Yeah, and 5 cannot be ignored at this time. He does have the Tome of Wisdom, Scepter of Reverberation. Look, Tome of Wisdom is the most expensive item and most damaging item in the Mage kit. So the fact that 5 has it now at 11.5 minutes, it is a force to be reckoned with against DTE Gaming.
Let's see how slow they take this one now, as they understand they just want to play their timing here up against AG. But where will they take this wave of attack next towards the top lane, perhaps? Waiting far into the jungle of DTE. Top lane tower will get shut down as well. DTE just can't do much about that. They do bring that stun in though. Freezes Saber in his spot as well. But the backup from JD knocks back BB, and 5 will take that final shot as well. Yulong with the torture. And now the third tower on this top lane just open for AG Global to eat away at.
Oh, 5 is the savior on the side of AG Global. Every single time he tries and stops Hao from getting that ultimate off, and it's successful as well. That's how they're winning the fights.
Well, JD, a sliver of health, and he does manage to sneak himself away from this battle, and CC's just not in good shape to take the fight up against him. Saber just slowing down the minions on the side of DTE whilst they drop back here to say hello to the Overlord. This is going to be an opportune moment as Yulong takes this one down as well. AG Global reverse sweeping potentially DTE Gaming, currently 9-5. They've got a little bit of advantage in terms of gold as well, and the Overlord's Vanguards now on the side of AG pushing down on DT's defenses.
Yep. Beautiful gameplay by AG Global. They understand what DTE Gaming are looking for, and they're allowing him to get it, right? They're allowing Hao to jump in first, get the control, but it's a double whammy for them because they actually use their resources early, get countered, and AG Global win every fight like that so far.
Oh yeah, beautiful stuff, man. I mean, AG Global, look at them sweeping tower after tower, making it look way too easy. Now it is going to be CM down here at the bot and trying to take care of that third spot here. This tower's going to stand for just a few more seconds. Look at JD making a quick number on him. Stun CM as JD will get that final shot in as well. CC trying to protect the tower, won't be pushed back. Crystal now wide open, 2 players down. DTE will lose BB as well, and AG Global has got everything on their side to end the game right here, right now.
That is why you pay respects to the elders. And at this point, AG Global, they proved that they are the stronger team. You have to put some respect on the name of AG Global. Beautiful gameplay. They knew what they were looking for, achieved it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, DTE obviously kind of punishing them in that first game. AG, they did everything right in game number 2, right? Kind of splitting up on the battlefield, not really sticking, together in just purely those team fights alone, not playing scared up against DTE. And you said it, Kin. You said they needed to pull that aggression out. They showed us that aggression in game 2. Game 3 was so much more balanced. You really have to love the way both teams played that, but it was all up to those big objectives claimed on the battlefield so phenomenally by AG Global. They just managed to stack just a little bit of advantage on their side, and DTE unfortunately just could not withstand that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting way that AG Global has been playing this last game of the series, right? It's kind of like, I forgot what's the name of the martial art. I think it's Aikido or Taiji or something like that. So they redirected the aggression, right? They allowed them to come in, but they then stopped that aggression midway simply because of the control that was offered. Look, there's a lot of items on the side of DTE Gaming that they have quite a bit of damage, right? The Mask of Agony onto BB on this Princess Frost. And, at this point, Siege Breaker was almost up for CC. But the fact of the matter was there was not enough control coming in. AG Global, look at the itemization by 5. I think he has one of the biggest game changers in this fight. He was able to lay down the damage and deal damage to not just 1, but 3 different members of DTE in one shot. He got his hands onto BB, he got his hands onto Hao, and most of the time he got his hands on the CC as well. The burst damage was what changed the fight, and Saber also complemented this with the Cannon Blast, and he was also responsible for tanking quite a bit of the skills on the side of DTE Gaming. So AG Global, pretty great understanding of what DTE Gaming were looking for. They allowed them to come in, but it's a bait.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what DTE was doing to them in that game 1 as well, right? Trying to poke and prod at them, waiting them out. AG Global with the phenomenal reverses. CMCC Hao, unfortunately, could not get much done this time around when it comes to that damage department as well as the slays. But look at Phi, 78.9k on that damage and the least amount of damage taken. That's the beautiful, phenomenal advantage of being able to teleport around on the battlefield. And that elimination that Phi took away from afar with that reposition that you pointed out earlier, that was just, the cherry on the icing on this fantastic cake.
Yeah, exactly. And look, Phi doing well as a Nuwa with the help of Saber as well, it opens up so many doors, right? So JD was pretty much left untouched in this game. He's second in the damage taken department, second lowest, right? So 26,000 only. He had no deaths this game. He was dealing consistent damage, 61,000 overall of hero damage offered by AG Global. But the important markers, right? We want to take a look at all of the different components. So they have the damage by Phi, they have the damage by JD and Yulong, but it's the tank by Saber and Daohan that really helped them set the stage, because they allow DTE Gaming to just throw everything, including the kitchen sink. They took it in, and AG said, "Is that all you got? We're gonna come back with more."
And obviously, the Shadow Overlord was the true tipping point of the game on the side
So
of
with
AG
that being
Global.
said, it is,
Go ahead, buddy.
it's a very convincing win on the side of AG Global, and you can see the goal swing really big.
Yeah, I mean, massive stuff, right? And initially it was with the Shadow Tyrant, and we thought they were going to be able to make something work with that. They got the initial Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant came along with that, but DT still was making headway because they were getting a couple of eliminations and they were pushing back AG Global. And it was actually surprising because I thought AG was playing it way too safe in this third game. They didn't want to get over aggressive, but like you rightfully pointed out as well, they were aiming for the objectives on the map, and once secured, it was just that snowball effect on their side.
All right, so let's take a look at the MVP. It is going to be Phi. What a impressive performance. 3-1 and 8. But these numbers, look, 9% of the team's total hero damage taken. That is so low. But I mean, this is impressive. He gives me confidence and inspiration to play Nuwa. Probably going to lose in the rank again, but yeah, look, it's always fun to take a look at godlike plays.
Absolutely right, and 33% of the damage dealt by this guy from afar, 3 eliminations on top of everything else. This was god level plays here by AG Global's Phi, and it was just phenomenal to see him kind of just dodge and duck around the battlefield. And it was that elimination from afar with that teleport once again, just so beautiful to watch. And it was a game-changing moment as well that sent DTE scurrying immediately all across the battlefield. And that panic moment, AG Global took advantage, right? Because they then focused their objectives right back onto the map. They got the extra buffs and they went in for the finisher. And overall, phenomenal presence by this MVP.
Yeah, so super proud of AG. This was a great recovery, and I mean, it is the first series of the day, and you want to put your best foot forward. So let's take a look at the highlights of AG Global. I think, look, we give our respects to DTE as well. They started the game pretty well, right? 3 kills in the first 7 minutes of the game using that very, very painful combination of Hao and BB. But just Fi, he would not take no as an answer, right? He was going to say, yes, all the way, it is AG Global's game to win. You just sit back and let me wipe you off the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was phenomenal to see that, because initially with DTE taking that advantage in terms of pressure of eliminations, and that was that 5 slay that we saw as well, and Yulong just didn't hold back right after. It was just AG Global beating down on DTE time and time again after they had initially lost that one player. And towards the end parts of this matchup, it just was a no-breather zone for DTE, right? They couldn't catch a breath. AG Global threw everything at them, and it looks like it was just enough.
Yeah, they isolated every single member on the side of DTE, took them off one by one. I mean, that's how you make sure that you are able to stomach the amount of strength that they have on the side of DTE Gaming, right? They are not to be trifled with. Do not think that DTE Gaming are not good. They are decent, but it's AG Global here, and you know, having experience on the international stage, it's starting to show now, right? You need more than just good players. You need good synergy. You need to understand what your opponent is trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that series took about 2 hours here, and we wanted to go to the distance. It went the distance. It was a phenomenal matchup here to open up MKL Spring 2025. Malaysia is looking for their champion, and it looks like we've got champion quality teams in this competition. In fact, we've got 2 champions who are on a downturn when it comes to their performance at this point of time. But, you know, it's just like a pendulum. Sometimes you are on that backward swing. This may just be that moment that they're all waiting for to unleash what they have, and that's actually going to be series number 2. We are going to see a returning champion trying to make a statement here for us, and they take on a team that doesn't have a lot of history behind them. So I'm thinking Annihilation perhaps, Kin?
I don't know. I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? Because look, we have seen the performances by Black Shrew Esport. They have been very dominant, right? So it really came as a huge surprise this year that they didn't even make it through qualifiers. So for a team of that stature, it did definitely hurt them. So I'm expecting a very oppressive BSE to come into the game today in this second series of the day. So I am hoping that Seoul Esports is ready, because it's not going to be a pretty game if they're not on form.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Seoul Esports has got a huge matchup for them up against Black Shrew. But with the fact that you just pointed out, they're not on their best form. So fingers crossed for Seoul Esports, this is going to continue to be the case so that they stand a chance. But of course, I would love to be surprised here by the performance of Seoul Esports. If they come out of the gates bursting and they take this first game, then we might just have a repeat of series number 1 where we see this potentially go the distance. And if Black Shrew Esports once again loses this matchup after not doing so well during the qualifiers, I think it'll set us up for phenomenal drama in this competition. I want to see something like that happen as well. Once again, that is the matchup that we have up next for you in the best of 3 series that we've got today.
Yeah, so big hopes for Seoul Esports fans, and of course for BSE fans as well. This has been a long time coming. It's been months since we have seen Black Shrew Esports on the main stage, on broadcast as well. So I'm really excited to see the return. And look, when BSE plays, you know that their objective is one thing and one thing only. They want to get back into the Esports World Cup. They want to get that coveted trophy here. They want that bank. 11,000 USD. That's not the main prize. It is a part of the prize of the journey that they're going for. But of course, with that being said, it is time to take a short break, right? We need to give the teams a little bit of a breather, give them some time to get ready as well. It's a stressful situation, but it could also make it into a beautiful situation. So, AJ, are you ready for the next game?
I was born ready, my friend. And, I just want to throw this in as well. 11,000 USD is going to give them just enough pocket money to prepare themselves to fly out to Saudi Arabia, right? Because it's all about the experience there. And you want to make sure you prepare yourselves to dominate out there on the battlefield later on. But of course, yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be taking a quick short break. When we come back, it is going to be series number 2. Black Shrew Esports takes on Seoul Esports. We're going to be taking a break. We will come back to you shortly. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. If you do, come back in 10 minutes.
Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to those, to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help 3 ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Rakan muda, coba cita munimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda. Peach blossoms bloom, glowy and bright like fire. A romantic incident. Being single has limited your imagination. I had everything back when I knew nothing.
Plum blossoms defy the frost. How elegant the people, how glorious the plants. Flowers bloom along your path. Unbending spirit. Petals amid the snow.
generations, we have not bowed our heads, nor sought the snow's pity. Forging paths and chasing the scent of mountains that lights the journey ahead. Birds sing and flowers bloom as spring arrives. Listen, the call of the cuckoo echoes from the clouds, a sound of old friends returning.
Packing steeds. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Just sleep, and all the pain will be gone. Huh? The humble herb can heal the world. Break! There's no miracle drug, but a compassionate healer can make all the difference. All ailments shall be cured! Withered trees come alive in spring! A heart of gold will persist for ages. Soak the Artemisia in 2 liters of water, and the juice is extracted. Future generations may add to this formula. Traveling to the ends of the earth, offering miraculous herbs to heal for centuries. All diseases subdued, bringing life anew. I'll succeed after one more try.
I'm working on a way to overcome gravity.
Unyielding soul, an undying will, an ageless heart. That's what it takes.
I speak and write my mind.
Let's enjoy today and not worry about tomorrow.
All the watchful eyes are waiting for a star.
cannot be extinguished easily.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You are tuning into the MKL Spring Season 2025 with my good friend Kindofu, as well as myself, the Mustachio AG. We are your casters for the day. One phenomenal series just concluded. AG Global taking on DTE in a fantastic reverse sweep, 2-1. That game went the distance. Now another game which we do not know whether or not will go the distance. I guess we will be able to determine that based on the stats of game number 1. We now have Black Shrew Esports, the ex-champions of 2024, taking on a team that does not have a lot of history here in the world of Honor of Kings. That could be a good thing and a bad thing as well for Black Shrew Esports, because they may not know what to expect yet.
Yep, it is a potential looming storm. And the reason I say that is because I have a storm on my end here right now. But with that being said, right, Black Shrew Esport, I think I'm just going to go on a limb and say, I think this could be a very strong showing. And bear in mind, this is the first day, right? So I think it's important to show how strong you are on the first day of competition, especially when it's a league.
Absolutely, but of course at the same time, you don't really want to reveal your cards too early. You don't really want to show your opponents, who may be able to walk away with your 11,000 USD, exactly how you want to annihilate them in the grand finals. But the question is of course going to be as well with the global bans and picks, how much can you keep away up until the finals, right? You may need to show some of your hand just before that. So let's see exactly how Black Shrew Esports handles this one. The team lineup first, of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a look and see exactly who is out there to rock the battlefield for the side of Black Shrew Esports. You've got Musang King, one of the best Durians you're going to find out there, Zihong, DN, JR, as well as Siang.
All right, and on the side of Seoul Esports, it's going to be Jin Yong, Gui, Frost, Ricky, and JK. So actually a couple of familiar names here. Gui, I think, used to play for Sem9 Weibo or something like that, right? He's going to be the jungler for the side of Seoul Esports. So maybe it is going to be a closer match than we expected.
Yeah, Musang King as your jungler, you can bet that he may either drop a durian on your head or may lay out a feast, but unfortunately you're not there to participate. You are the prey that's about to be barbecued, right? This is the phenomenal Black Shrew Esports that we all know in the past that surprisingly didn't really impress during the qualifiers. But once again, that could have been because, you know, sometimes when you enjoy your prize pool a little bit too much, you don't really want to go all out. Maybe they wanted to give that opportunity off to others as well. We'll have to wait and see exactly if or not they have fallen off from the perch that they used to sit on, or whether they're just faking it and they're just playing it easy for now, Ken.
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of people that we have to keep our eyes out for on the side of BSE. I'm going to be looking at JR. He was actually one of the strongest farm laners last year in Season 2. So they are going to give him one of the best farm laners. He's going to be the Arlie picked up. And Seoul Esports, they ban out the Mai and Dai, a very standard ban so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with the Arlie in here for the mix as well, it's going to be an opportunity for them to really dash around. He's got that mobility on his side. And if you've got the mobility in the hands of Siang, you have to watch out for the side of Seoul Esports as well, right? But of course, their counter here is pretty interesting. They've got the Dolia as well as Dandolia will be able to kind of control the pace here quite a little bit, potentially down this mid lane. Musang King with the Zhang Fei seems to be a threat that Seoul Esports has to look out for.
Yeah, the refresh, Celestial Melody, that's the ultimate of Dolia, right? So the refresh is going to be very helpful to the side of Dun. This is going to allow him to use the Unruly Blade to access fights, at the same time get out safely. Now, Seoul Esports, they're going to match blow for blow. It's going to be a Loom versus Arlie matchup. So this is really interesting. JR versus JK. Who's the better J?
Absolutely, bro. And of course, if you're looking at Lung, as far as he's concerned, he is gonna be looking for his skill 3 with that ultimate combo to give him survivability in these team fights. So Seoul Esports knows that Black Shrew Esports obviously is going to come down raining on them pretty heavy as well, right? But your thoughts on the Mayan being dragged in here by Zihong, though?
I like the concept of having a Mayin, right? It's AoE catch. It does have the ability to have big, massive damage. But going up against the lineup of Seoul Esports, who is he exactly supposed to lock down? I think one of the things is maybe Xiang will try to force out the infinite vastness from the Lung. I think that's one of the major wins they can have in fights, right? Not even about winning the fight, but forcing resources out.
Yeah, you've got JK and Junhong here still left with their picks. JK is the next one on the line to see exactly what sort of a flavor he wants to add in to the mix here. But overall, with the Arlie and Zhang Fei, so Black Shrew Esports already looking a little threatening out there on the battlefield. And now you've got the Charlotte being dragged in here as well by JK. And this is her attack speed reduction mechanic effectively encounters marksmen as well as fighters, right? So this is actually a great pick here by Seoul Esports to counter what Black Shrew is trying to do.
It's a pretty scary draft, I'll be honest. Seoul Esports, I think maybe not as beginner as we thought they would be. I mean, hey, they qualified through the qualifiers as well. They have some foundations. And Black Shrew Esports, BSC, they're gonna finish and wrap up their draft with the Ogren and Lady Jun. I like it. Is it going to be strong enough against the lineup of Seoul Esports? That's the big question here.
Yeah, and of course we've got the Lady Zen here with the Spirit Bomb waiting to explode on the souls of Seoul Esports. So I'm looking forward to that one. And obviously, most of the work I believe is going to be done by Ali Zhang Fei, and this is going to be the finisher in those team fights as well, right? So JR is probably going to be stacking those numbers up by the end of this fight. And we've got the Ogren being dragged in here by Black Shrew Esports. Now this one looks like a threat that I don't know exactly how Seoul's going to be dealing with.
I think they're matching blow for blow, right? So Dun against the Ogren matchup in the jungle, I think it's pretty even. It then comes down to the level difference, at the same time the gold difference. And I think if they play their cards right, this is going to be a very tight series. It's really about who on each team is able to pry open the armor on each other's ends. I like the Angela pick. It's known as the tank shredder, right? So at this point, Dian is not going to have the best time if he gets caught out by the stuns. So let's take a look at this game itself. Game number 1, Black Shrew Esport against Seoul Esport.
You've got the Angela in here as well. And of course, the crowd control with his second skill is going to be crucial here for the side of Seoul Esports to kind of control a lot of this damage that Black Shrew is capable of unleashing on them in these team fights, right? But of course, here's the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, between the champions of 2024. We've seen the best of Black Shrew Esports. We've seen an unfortunate side in terms of performance from Black Shrew Esports as well. But let's see how they fare up against Seoul Esports that has a very promising lineup here to start off their series.
Okay, BSE definitely have learned their lesson. All right, they're going to start with the Prio mid lane farm for JR. He's going to filter this lane and start going down to his own farm lane to get more farm, right? So he is going to have a level and gold advantage already against JK.
And it looks like it is a easy clear down here at the bottom, but BSC needs to be a tad bit careful. So Esports, they do have the number of players stacked up towards the bottom side. They can kind of turn the tides here. Here comes Junyong and JK to force the end back, but just simple skirmishes to make sure their tower's not tickled too early.
Yeah, and once again, same thing, right? So BSC, they're kind of funneling EXP and gold into their respective members, which is going to be Musan King as well as JR. Very well done job so far, and I think Seoul Esport, they need to try and force an error out of BSC.
Mechanical play seems to be very impressive from Junyong and JK thus far. Very easily sidestepping all of the skills laid out here by the end. Very interesting the way they've been able to pull this off so far. Gui gets launched up into the air. Musang King not going in for the shutdown as well. Gui has come through with the response here, seeping away at his health, but he's going to have that backup off the tower, and Ricky will be there to have his defense as well. Musang King and Zeong will not be overstepping their boundaries just yet.
Yeah, so everything on an edge for the side of BSC. Right now, if they take a fight, you can expect that BSC will start to snowball extremely fast.
And snowball is obviously they're gonna try to prevent this as much as possible. JK is teased back. Black Shrew Esports, they still do have 50-50 control down here at the bottom, but they're trying to stack their players now. Here comes Z Hong for the backup as well as DN hops on into the battle up against JK. But JR is going to be the final one left in here in terms of the teasers, and the distraction being laid down at that bottom lane seems to have been pretty effective in terms of distracting the players of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, at the same time, BSC, they're playing really passive. They're just making sure that they get the prio farm in all the different lanes, right? Even Xiang is winning his lane.
It's a good play from him thus far, but Frost has got the capability to kind of hold him on a 50-50 fight up here at the top lane. And just pushing forth all of their minions from the side of Seoul Esports as well. But it's just basic in terms of keeping a little bit of control over their lanes for the time being. JK, very cheeky, knocks back DN. Here comes Ricky Gui. It is an all-out fight down at the bottom. Freezes him in his spot as well. DN is going to be slain here. Gui for the finisher. No, denied as JR interferes. And DN will be able to back away, but they can say goodbye to their first turret as their minions continues to push on up forth. And finally, as that one falls, they will pull back as well, focusing their efforts this time down mid, and Z Hong this time has to back away.
Massive amounts of damage here, and they want to go for the fight. BSC finally making their move.
And a slay onto Jun Young as Young will find that opening and take advantage of it. Black Shrew Esports is punishing Seoul Esports for the mistake here. Overextension from the bottom lane down towards mid, unnecessary. And that forces them to lose the Tyrant as Black Shrew Esports pulls a fantastic counter.
Yeah, you can start to see the difference of proficiency between BSC and Seoul Esport, right? So, you know, Seoul Esport, they committed 4 different members at the bottom, didn't get a kill, got some healthy damage, but instantly, in the first move that BSC made, they got a first blood. And look, T1 on the bot, probably going to be taken right away.
Yeah, efficiency in terms of attacking that T1 down here on the bottom lane. Black Shrew Esports showing Seoul Esports, if you want to commit, this is how you get the job done. Efficiency at its finest here. And Black Shrew Esports now just teasing the players of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, right now, one more bad decision on the side of Seoul Esport, and BSC is just going to go out of control.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Tyrant on standby already. BSC looking for that. And Jun Young just kind of being pressured back within his own jungle. He's going to be able to deal with the end for the time being. But here comes Ricky as well on standby. Junior meets him halfway. They are going to slay those minions first. And this is going to open up yet another tower down at the bot lane. Deanne has got backup. And this is looking like trouble for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, they're able to alleviate the pressure a little bit, but the bot lane is the main concern here because Ricky, I don't think he's going to be able to survive if Musan King or Zhihong gets his hands on him.
Yeah, beautiful play here by Ricky. Is just sidestepping all of those shots, just dealing with the minions instead of committing for a full fight against the 2 players on the side of Black Shrew Esports, prioritizing the defense that his tower gives him as well. So very beautifully defended here by Ricky down on the bottom lane, and BSC will have to pull away from that engagement, instead focusing down mid. It's an all-out team fight, but Musang King, has he bitten off more than he can chew? A sliver of health left now as he tries to back away. Deanne hops on in and pulls that distraction so that Musang King can live to tell the tale a little bit later on. Launched up into the air, and JR finds Ricky, slays him instantly. Here comes yet another engagement up against Gui as well. The whole squad of Black Shrew Esports down deep in the jungle of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, this is where they put their investments. Look, JR has been farming so comfortably in this game. He has been able to deal so much damage against the lineup of Seoul Esport. They're going to try again.
Let's see if they can pull this off successfully this time around. Black Shrew Esports has just been nipping away at the heels of Seoul Esports, not really allowing them to do much, even in their own jungle, let alone farm well down mid. 2 towers lost already. And this is not looking good if you are a Seoul Esports fan. Let's see yet another team engagement being forced here by the players of Black Shrew Esports, catching out Gui. Musang King launched up into the air. That provides Gui a little bit of an opener to back away. That baits Musang King in, as Deanna Jr. will go ahead to focus on the turret instead, and they get an easy one onto Frost after Junior does a majority of the work, and the minion will help them take yet another turret, this time up at the top lane.
We could very well see the end of this game at this point. The 2-level advantage by Gui against Musang King, it's too much to handle at this point.
Absolutely, man. 7 minutes in, and it's just a one-sided matchup. Seoul Esports has not found their spirit just yet. In a 2v3 battle now, down in this mid part of the map, Deanne hopping on back. Ricky stood no chance. Zeong slayed him the moment he stood there, and Gui will be stunned halfway through. They take yet another tower, and this is Black Shrew Esports snowballing, rampaging into the players of Seoul Esports, giving them no chances to counter whatsoever.
Yeah, they're gonna start stabbing into that T3. This could be a big wound.
Frost backs away, smart play, and BSE actually forced to get away, but they have got their sights set on another objective on the battlefield. The Azure Golem will be ripped away as well, and it perhaps could be a moment where the Overlord is teased, and it will be the Tyrant claimed first by Junior on the side of Black Shrew Esports. I believe a majority of the objectives have just gone to one team thus far, and Seoul Esports is not that team.
Yep, 2 major objectives into the hands of BSE. At the same time, look, JR, he's getting that Eternity Blade already, and he is about 1,000 gold, if I'm not wrong, ahead of JK. That's a big difference.
Absolutely. Look at Musang King once again catching Gui out. Yep, he is immune. Thank goodness he had that, because that stun would have been absolutely detrimental. Backup is there though. And Seoul Esports at this point of time desperately hanging on. They can't really play much against Black Shrew Esports. They're just hanging on for their dear lives, hoping to extend the potential outcome of this game that we can see.
Yep, the only way to try and burn out the resources.
Oh my, and a fantastic launch sends Junyong straight back onto the reset, shutting down Ricky as well. 2 players taken out of the equation, and they are looking for yet another JK with a preliminary engagement, and he's going to be forced back as well. The minion wave from the bottom side is going to allow them to take down the 3rd tower down here at bot. Frost can't do much without going as he hops on back in here. That immunity allows him to survive longer, but not to save his turret.
Nah, it's a T3 open up, and Seoul Esports, if they thought that was a difficult situation, this one is going to be even more difficult right now.
More difficult indeed. Ricky right back in here, and honestly, this is just all-out defense from Seoul Esports, and even that defense doesn't seem to be working. And Black Shrew Esports, the only reason why Seoul Esports didn't get aced out again is because they wanted yet another objective. Overlord this time on play, as Z Hong gets slayed for overstepping his boundaries. The rest of his team members, though, getting the job done on that Overlord. Musang King will go in for the smite claim, and it is the Shadow Overlord in the pocket of Black Shrew Esports as well, as they continue to dominate this match.
Yep. A slight moment of greed for Zhi Hong there. I think he didn't expect that the burst potential by Ricky and his teammate will be so disastrous, right?
Yep.
But so Esports, look, that's the only thing they can kind of take away from BSE at this point, because Musang King, level 14, well on his way to 15, and he already has the Blood Rage, so there is a lot of health points to burn through. So Esports, unless someone like JR messes up in the fight, there's no way they're going to be able to protect their T3s right now.
Yeah, 8k up in terms of gold. Black Shrew Esports, they do have the resources to smash. They also have got the levels to outscale Seoul Esports on some of these fights. These damage output from the side of Black Shrew Esports is obviously tipping the scale in their favor. Yet again, another pressure push, this time up top, and the 3rd tower will go down. And this is just an all-out exposed side on the side of Seoul Esports. They're desperately trying to save their crystal. But the question is, how long can you survive? Not long at all. Gui once again tagged up, immune for a second, but he will get shut down. Look at that kick up again, and the crystal being teased. Black Shrew Esports on the back foot as now they chase them back, overstepping but not punished.
Slain an enemy.
Yeah, difficult situation here. Musan King gonna be taken out, and now you can start to see why BSC kind of struggled through qualifiers. That was an overconfident performance by BSC. They felt strong, but look, mistakes like this could cost you the game.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And of course, they've done a lot already. It's gonna take more than that for Seoul Esports to make a solid comeback. But if that overextension had happened to a team up against a team like AG Global, this would have been severely punished for sure. Black Shrew Esports, 4 players down, but now they've already made their comeback. Musan King 2 more seconds on that cooldown, and they're back in here for a potential full team fight once again. Now you look at the towers on the side of Seoul Esports, non-existent. The crystal is wide open. One more push is all we need on the side of Black Shrew Esports.
Yep, that's a nice solo kill. JR, this is just what we know, what we knew as well from his performance all the way in 2024. It looks like it has not dwindled a bit. So now 10-5 kills on this side. BSC, they restore control around the map because they have mega minions all across on all 3 lanes. Shadow Tyrant going to be secured by JR, and this could be the final killing blow.
Yeah, extra speed on the side of BSC as well if they needed any extra buff. Gui trying to get away, will be able to survive for the time being. Musan King right on his head, and he slays him where he stands. JK trying to make a comeback here, but the crystal loses its life, and that is about it as Black Shrew Esports secures a easy game 1 against Seoul Esports. It was just a one-sided dominant run, kid.
Yeah, this is what we expected out of BSC, but at this point, now, because their quality is so high, I have to nitpick on BSC for a bit. That one fight where they kind of threw everything away, we don't want to see that. BSC, come on, man. Like, we know you're strong, don't fool around. It is a pro league.
It would have been so much more impressive if they had kept a clean sheet, if they had kept that game, that team fight clean as well by backing away, because they had all the capabilities to do so. There's no way in hell Seoul Esports was going to, leave their crystal and go in here for the chase, right? So they could have recovered, but they went in there for the overcommit. They made that mistake. You pointed it out, but I like the fact that they're making that mistake now instead of later down in the competition up against other teams that will be able to severely punish them if that was that situation in that matchup, right? So good on them, but of course we saw a little bit of a comeback from AG Global, but of course it was a little slower in the previous series. I am wondering if or not Seoul can do anything to make some sort of a comeback here.
Oh, they definitely can, right? This is not a straightforward result. BSC, of course, look, they funneled so much farm into the hands of JR, into the hands of Musan King as well. Both of them hitting that 5-figure gold in their bank account, and for good reason as well. JR with the farm and itemization easily taking out Frost. Frost was meant to be the person that was able to deal pressure against JR, just removing him from the fight, and Gui was also supposed to be able to achieve that result, but because of the gold and itemization differential, look, JR was just on a whole nother level. And this then brings us into the idea of Musan King, where he was able to tank through so much damage as well, getting a lot of kills with the Seer State for that Organ instant execute. 10% easily done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, it was a phenomenal performance from the side of Black Shrew Esports in terms of how they were farming initially in the game as well, right? Continuously overexerting that pressure, pushing back Seoul Esports, even stealing some of the gold off of their camp as well. So it was just the kind of ferocity that was hard to deal with. But of course, on the side of Seoul Esports, JK still did a lot for his team. It's just that they couldn't go all the way.
Yep, nobody else could survive on the side of Seoul Esport, right? JK, I think his positioning was not bad. He was able to consistently lay down damage, especially those flaming palms. They did hurt quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the only unfortunate thing was there was not enough farm to back the team up. They didn't have the resources. And I think, look, Seoul Esport, can they come back into the series? Definitely. All they need to do is to stop allowing the camps from being taken, right? They allowed that very simple strategy of double lane farm from level 1. They shouldn't allow that, right? They have to match this pacing with BSC. If they can match it, or at least stop it, Seoul Esports, they stand a chance to come back into the second game of the series.
Not a single major objective claimed here by Seoul Esports. 2 Tyrants, 1 Shadow Tyrant, 1 Shadow Overlord. and of course outscaling them by 7,000 gold. 12 versus 5 eliminations on the battlefield and 9 towers taken away from Seoul Esports, as opposed to the single one that Seoul Esports managed to claim from Black Shrew Esports. This game was over before it even started. It ended at the 13th minute mark. I'm still on the question of whether or not Seoul Esports can do something, but of course the MVP for this game though is gonna be none other than the one and only DN. He did not do much when it comes to taking lives away, but he was out there assisting the squad and pulling in a lot of the damage onto himself and still standing tall on that battlefield.
Yeah, one of the biggest strengths of DN is actually the way he positioned himself in the fights, right? So if you want to learn how to be a good Zhang Fei, look at this guy. The way that he was always actually on the back lines of the opponent team and allowing his unbridled outbursts to knock his opponents into the welcoming arms of his teammates. That's the way you want your Zhang Fei to be like. And with the advantage of itemization, he was actually able to tank those turret shots for the team pretty much, which allowed them to get into these very precarious positions on the side of Seoul Esports. So Dian, perfect gameplay, perfect Zhang Fei gameplay as well. 0-0-10, never dying once. And that's the kind of support you want to give to your team.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic point to bring up, right? Because of the items, he was able to tank the damage from those towers. And I do agree with you. They were being very aggressive with the damage that they were absorbing, and they were still able to take down tower after tower thanks to him. And Seoul Esports, on the other hand, we just noticed this all throughout that matchup. It was just defensive play after defensive play because they couldn't take any initiative to take a step forward because it was just Black Shrew Esports nipping away at them every single moment of this match.
Yeah, he literally walked into the back line. That's what's so scary about Dian, because he did not care.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it was just Black Shrew Esports. At this point of the time in the game, they already knew that they had a strong chance of winning, over-exerting. They were punished, but the second time round they got to that crystal, they made sure they got the job done. I'm pretty sure there would have been a lot of laughs on their side when they got 4 players taken down. Like, okay, guys, I think we shouldn't have overestimated our capabilities. But of course, they were being very cheeky with that play as well, because what's the worst that could have happened, right? Because on all of their lanes, worst case scenario, they've only lost 1 tower. It's gonna take them a while to smash our defenses and get to our crystals. So very well played overall by Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, it's a smashing performance for sure. I mean, this is a continuation from the performance in last year. So it's good to see that BSC is still quite similar to the old BSC, where they are pretty dominant when they get in their stride, right? So Musang King still unoutsmiteable, right? He has never lost a smite so far. Not never, but mostly never lost a smite battle against his opponents. So it's a big marker. And JR being the old reliable Arlie, right? So take out Arlie, ban it out when you play against BSC. That's one of the things you can help yourself with when you play against Black Shrew Esport. So Seoul Esport, it's a tough loss, but it's not the end of the series yet. They can still come back into this game. All they need to do is just to win this game. I know, easy peasy.
So you gave them the answer already, kid. You know, I was actually going to ask you, what can Seoul Esports do, right? Because mechanically, it doesn't seem like they are well composed enough to fight against what Black Shrew Esports is bringing to them on the battlefield. I mean, we saw the smooth movements. I mean, they were all over the map, right? Black Shrew. First, they're at the top of the map, now at the bottom. And it just seemed like Seoul Esports, every single moment of the game, they were just trying their very best to keep up.
Yeah, it's difficult, but here's the thing, right? The Long and Arlie matchup in the farm lane actually goes 50-50 in that case, and the advantage comes through whoever is a better player. And it's not to say that JR wasn't a better player, but he was like, no, I want to come into this fight with an advantage. Yeah. So look, Seoul Esport, this is a welcome into the Pro League. You need to match blow for blow with your corresponding farm laner. So if he goes into the mid lane to go for extra farm, you need to do that as well. Yeah. If you're not going to mirror that movement, find your farm somewhere else.
Yeah. And I mean, even if that doesn't work out in Seoul Esports' favor, I don't think they need to take it hard upon themselves. They're going up against the Honor of Kings Championship 2024 number one team, right? These are the top dogs. They are the creme de la creme. They've proven themselves already. They know this game in and out. So it's okay, but of course, we want to see the fight in them if they will be able to somehow change their fate, at least in this second game, right? The drafts, of course, as usual, and it looks like they're starting off the bands a little differently this time around.
Yeah, so the Dolia ban for the start of Seoul Esport, and then we have the Arlie ban. So this opens up potentials, for example, to Lung. Curious why, the teams in MKL are not looking at the channel. Maybe they don't want to show it just yet, right? It's day one of the league. Now, Seoul Esport, they're going to take away the Dun. Black Shrew already played the Ogrin, so that's not an option for them, but they will take up the Zhang Fei. This is one of the main big tanks in the roam role. So this is interesting. I want to see what kind of strategy Seoul Esport is going to start their draft with.
Absolutely, and of course, Black Shrew Esports is making sure that Zhang Fei is not used in a devastating manner. Mai is going to be dragged in here by Frostwind. Now, we saw Mai in action in the previous game as well. Very effective character out there on the battlefield, but you do need to be super smooth with your mechanical skills to make her fully effective out there.
And you need to have a gold advantage, right? That's the important win condition on the side of having a Mai. So at this point, Black Shrew Esport, now if you're unfamiliar with BSC, this is your first time watching their gameplay, I want you to pay major attention to Mr. Xiang here. Xiang's Dharma has been the stuff of legends and horror stories for opponent teams.
We kind of have seen that before, and of course this is going to be a little bit tough for Frost to deal with overall, because he's going to be clearing out his bots a little bit slower. Ogren, on the other hand, though, could just be that lifeline for Seoul Esports. We've seen him be very effective in some of these fights thus far in the day, and that Byron as well, right? We've seen that combo come on out. But then again, you mentioned, Kin, that Seoul Esports lineup in the previous match was pretty solid as well, right? They were showing their pro side, but it didn't really stand the test of that matchup.
Okay, I'm just going to be really blunt here. I think BSC, this Agudo pick, is going into the jungle, right? So it's a very scary matchup for Ogren, this Gui Ogren. Okay, that's first and foremost. And you can kind of tell the pathing for the side of Seoul Esport. Look, you have a Mai. Mai needs farm, which means that as an Ogren for Gui, he's not going to come into your lane to steal your farm, right? You can't share farm with him, which means he's going to go up into the clash lane and share farm with Jin Yong, or is it Frost? Frost. In this case, if they lose that mid lane matchup, it's going to be once again a very quick game for the side of BSC.
Yeah, and obviously Agudo, she scales really, really quick, really, really fast. And, from a macro perspective, her mobility just allows her to roam all around the map, right? So Zeong is going to be pretty irritating to deal with out there. We've already seen how effective it was out there on the battlefield earlier on. So this Agudo is just going to be that extra pain, or perhaps maybe even the nail in the coffin for Seoul Esports. Pun intended there. JK and Jun Yong, though, we've got two picks to perhaps save their lives. Thus far, their lineup seems to be pretty strong, but once again, it's going to be dependent on the mechanical skills to pull this off against BSC.
Look, how do you reach BSC, man? That's a challenge on the side of Seoul Esports. Look, there's one thing that makes it really difficult to my players, which is when there's too many targets, right? So you have Agudo. Wild Growth, it summons all the little critters, and then now as a Mai, you have to think about, okay, how do I get rid of all these critters and land my first skill, the Fireball, Kachosen, onto important members of BSC like the Lady Sun for JR, maybe even the Dion Dian, right? These are all important targets for the side of Seoul Esport, and BSC is making it so hard. And if you're too centered on, I need to look for targets, you're not going to be looking at the map. And that's where Xiang's Dharma is going to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you've got D Renji being dragged in here by Seoul Esports as one of their final opportunities to turn the tide of battle. He's got his ultimate. It reduces the efficacy of the front row enemies, but you've kind of pointed out how Black Shrew Esports can kind of keep raining down that pain on Seoul Esports, right? So the efficacy of this Renji out there on the battlefield as well is not going to be just dependent on him, but the backup of the rest of the team members. The team fight is going to be very essential for Seoul Esports to survive this one.
Yep, this game, I would feel that it is falling a lot onto the hands of Jin Yong actually. Him playing this Sakir is really important. He gets as much heals onto the side of Seoul Esport, but at the same time, this needs to translate into the sprite damage and spirit damage to the side of BSE. If Jin Yong plays an absolutely perfect game, Seoul Esport can turn this series around. But there's heals coming in from BSE, so they have the Dade heals, they have the Zhihong heals, and then you have to deal with so much damage coming in from the Agudo, the Lady Sun, and while you're paying so much attention to the rest of the lineup on the side of BSE, Xiang is gonna come and give you the truth and say, yo, you're not strong enough.
Granted, you've got the Sakir in here being played by Junyong. Repositioning maybe can be fairly easy, mobility around the map, but I just don't see them really taking a strong fight up against this lineup of Black Shrew Esports. These heroes are, well stacked up against them, right? Especially with that Yu-Wan, the devastating combat that he can bring upon the players of Seoul Esports is pretty tough to deal with overall.
Yep, they're going to try. It's a good start to the game on the side of Seoul Esports. So they do force out Zhihong. If they can steal this camp, that's great. So Gui actually gets that first steal, but he might have to give his life.
Oh, and Gui, opportunity to run away with Ricky's help, but unfortunately, that one is brought to a very quick end. Now Ricky with the overextension, looking to be cheeky up against Xiang, but will not be able to find the potential to execute him.
And it's a painful mistake for the side of Seoul Esport because now they get the corresponding steal back into the hand. So Zhihong, he's going to have a nice gold lead and at this point access into the Zero buff. So things are going to move really quickly for the side of BSE, right? And right now, JR, as long as he keeps safe, everything should go into the favor of BSE.
That's not good at all for Seoul Esports because if anything, BSE was definitely faster the previous game. If things are going to be fast here as well, this one could be over before it even started. Dian launched up into the air, but here comes Musang King to jump on in, launches Junyong up into the air, and JR shows him who's boss, and now pushing on forth. They just need to clear out this minion wave first, and this first tower could potentially be under a lot of trouble. It's a 3v1. JK has no standing here. JR pushing him back will slow him down as well so that those minions can stand a little bit longer, but the defensive play from JK, mechanical supremacy to stay alive long enough for that backup to appear, saves their tower.
Good team play, right? And they funneled that kill into JR's hand, so he's gonna have a gold advantage against JK.
Sun King now rolls away from the trouble, and Ziyong's not staying. Oh, what a stun! But that's just a cheeky one. Sidesteps the maneuver from Ricky as well. And look at Ziyong just baiting out their skills, trying to torture them, and will be able to stun Gui once again and single-handedly keeping two players busy so that they can't do much. Musang King right back into action. And this is just Black Shrew Esports dancing circles around Seoul Esports here.
Yeah, and like I said, as long as JR stays safe, this game, it could snowball out of control. BSE already at a 1,000 gold advantage at this point.
Now he's going to be in a safe enough spot away from Black Shrew Esports, but the question is, how long can you avoid these engagements? Dian's gonna stay hidden. Zihong barely needed to sidestep that one. Ricky sent it wide the moment he aimed for it. Musang King alongside Dian. Joining up with Zihong, they want to take a 3v2 battle here, but Seoul Esports says no. The minion wave moves on up forth. That's going to be cleared off fairly easy from the side of Seoul Esports.
Okay, so both teams now are going to be really focused on that fast clear in the lanes, right? They want to make sure they have prior position for this first Tyrant of the game. But right now, because of the goal lead for the side of Black Shrew Esport, actually it's a risky position on the side of Seoul Esport. Gui, if he gets caught out now, or Ricky, either one of them, it's not going to be a good sign.
Not at all, my friend. Ricky and Gui. Cheeky, but Gui makes one mistake. But can he defend himself? Beautiful defense. Will keep it back up. Untargetable. And Zihong steps away from the damage, surviving the onslaught. Musang King back in there, and they catch him as well, shutting down Gui in the process.
Look, that's exactly what we are talking about. And of all the people they kill the jungler. There is no smite if BSE wants to go. But Zhihong, oh,
this is a game over for Ziyong, but it's a consolation prize, if anything, for the side of Seoul Esports, because that elimination of Ziyong pretty much does nothing. It doesn't really open up the space for them. And a quick defensive teleport here coming on through for the team as they go in for the shutdown of one of the major objectives here, the Tyrant itself. But look at this. Junyong and JK, they are opting for a potential steal, but Musang King says no. Like you pointed out, they're not going to be able to fight that away from them.
Oh my god, that was signature Xiang there. With the flash and the truth mantra, that's exactly what we expect out of this Dharma play, right? BSC, like I said, if you're unfamiliar with them, you cannot keep your eyes off of Xiang.
I know, this is just way too exciting. So many things happening all across the battlefield. BSC is just way too good at this. They're just showing everyone why they were crowned champions, right? Seoul Esports hasn't really been able to do much against them.
Yep. I mean, okay, credits to them, they did take the T1, so they know about certain markers, certain gaps. Look, BSC, they're not all invincible. They do make mistakes as well.
Well, speaking of those mistakes, here comes a 4v2. Gui very safely playing in the back lines, but it's all about that minion wave being pushed up forth, and Ziyong teasing that T1 down on that mid lane. And BSC and squad just a few more hits away from taking down that tower down mid.
Yeah, I think they might have to give up the T1 on the bot, on the side of BSC, right? They're going for the kill on the top.
On the top indeed, and it's a 2v1. Frost will be frozen in action. Diane from the back, and it looks like JR's looking for that finisher. Frost stands no chance. Backup's nowhere close enough. And it will be JR that claims his life, and they push on up forth, pretending nothing happened there.
Yeah, I think Seoul Esports, they have to just take the losses, make that offense count.
Oh my goodness me, look at this, man. It seems like the defense on this T2 tower down at the bot lane for Seoul Esports is going to be absolutely tortured as well. Waiting for that minion wave, they waste no time. Doubling back down for a full-on team fight yet again, pushing Ziyong back. And the players on the side of Seoul Esports seems to be just outmaneuvered at this point of time. Frost is going to be caught out, but very smartly sidestepping the shot from JR to play this safe. Minion wave coming up forth once again. And here comes BSC targeting yet another tower on the side of Seoul Esports.
Oh, nice kill. They pick out the healer. So Dian is actually taking out a picture. JR doesn't need to commit the flash at this point. So it's a good defense by Seoul Esports, but they can't overcommit, right? There's still pretty significant ultimates available for the side of BSC, namely the Xiang Truth Mantra. But Seoul Esports, because they got the kill, right? And now there's no ultimates for Zihong, this is a good time to take that Shadow, that Overlord. It's not even Shadow Overlord yet.
Yeah, Seoul Esports just managed to play a little bit of a reversal here by shutting down at least two towers on the side of BSC. But the question is, can they get one of these major objectives, especially that Overlord that is going to be teasing them in a bit? Zihong on standby. JR and Dian, on the other hand, is very easily cleaning out those minion waves as they continue to farm down in their own jungle.
Okay, so the same patterns as the first game, right? But maybe some slight differences. Xiang now at 6,000. JR at 6.7 and Musang King at 5.5. They are all ahead of their competition.
Definitely, and it looks like in a team fight, BSC should be able to smash this one pretty easily, but not without losing quite a bit of health on their side as well. Beautiful stun onto Gui, but the defense is there for Junyong and Ricky, and they will choose to back up their team member as he backs away for the defense down. The Crimson Golem is going to be claimed from the side of BSC as well, eating away at the buffs on the side of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, they can't fight now. Seoul Esports, if they take a fight now, it's a horrible decision. Musang King and JR both have the Crimson buff, true damage and burning damage.
Well, here comes Xiang looking for that engagement once again. Ricky is going to get caught out. Going on down deep in the crowd of Black Shrew Esports players, and he's just going to be swallowed up whole. JK backs away, and here comes the minion wave as well. And T3 down mid is going to be smashed right there by Team BSC, making it look like they barely broke a sweat.
And they can still go for more. Zhihong still does have his ultimate, so the Unending Sorrow, if used with the Melody of Peace, will be able to heal up the team. So BSE, once again, showing you how clinical they are.
Absolutely, and like you said, right, they had more gas in the tank down towards bottom. T2 tower taken out of the equation as well, and the Tyrant is about to show up once again, which means Seoul Esports about to be further tortured with extra buffs on the side of Black Shrew Esports if they even needed it in the first place.
Yep. I think, Seoul Esport, they need to do the tango with BSC, right?
Yeah.
Bait them in, but don't commit to the fights. Kind of like a situationship, right? But JR, every time he has the Crimson buff, it's a horrible fight to take on the side of Seoul Esport.
Chunyong now choosing to back away for a little bit. Tyrant opportunity for BSC to do something here and perhaps end the game right here, right now. Seoul Esports nowhere close to pull a steal off of this Tyrant. The play is just kept too far away by Musang King and Zeong, and that will allow Shadow Tyrant to be claimed by the one and only Musang King. And now with this extra bit of buff, they're going in here for the push, but all 5 players still alive and kicking on the side of Seoul Esports. They can perhaps turn the tides here for a little bit.
They can try. At this point, here comes the catch by Xiang. He's going to try and force them out.
Pushing down 2 lanes both at the same time is going to be Xiang taking on the one and only Frost in a 1v1 together with all of those minions. It just seems to be mission impossible for Seoul Esports. And now the Crystal wide open. T3 down at bot is going to be smashed as well. Seoul Esports, 1 more tower left, and the Crystal is open for the taking. BSC teasing them at this point.
Yep, impending doom coming in from the side of BSC. 2 lanes of super minions. Can they defend?
Well, answer is absolutely not. Gets knocked back as well. Launched in the air, but Xiang manages to get out of harm's way. Musang King finds the slay onto Frost. JK stepping on back, but look at the Crystal being eaten away. Black Shrew Esports ends it 2-0.
Easy game. BSC, this is the level of proficiency we've expected from them. I mean, it's a wonder why they didn't qualify this year. But let's see. BSE, they won. First series of the day, clean 2-0. I mean, this is the result that we expected. Seoul Esport, they tried their best. We have to give them some props. They did try to put up a valiant fight against BSC, but what do you do? It's Musang King, it's Xiang, it's JR, it's the superstars.
Yeah, I mean, it was a superstar lineup. It was superstar-worthy level of play. I think they maneuvered around the battlefield so easily, so smoothly, barely breaking a sweat, and they were so well put together in terms of their objectives on the battlefield, right? They were working together as one fluid movement, as one team, as one unit. And Seoul Esports, they tried. We could clearly see them kind of trying to counter these plays by playing it a bit defensive. But they were just being outscaled every single moment of the game, and they just couldn't find a way to catch up.
Yeah, which is why I was kind of worried during the ban pick phase, right? Because at this point, it was just too much farm. And the itemization, look, 9,000 gold for JR. It is already with the Daybreaker, with the Blood Reaper, Shadow Reaper. Everything speaks RIP, right? RIP, rest in peace, Seoul Esport.
Amen. And I pun intended there too, I'm sure. Unfortunate for Seoul Esports. But this is not the end of the road just yet. First of all, it's a double round robin, so they get another chance to either be decimated by Black Shrew Esports or to pull a phenomenal comeback and to make a name for themselves. Because if they can pull a comeback after being beaten down in this way, I think both you and I will lose our minds. It's an opportunity for them. But at the end of the day, 3 teams can make it to the Esports World Cup. Seoul Esports could just be one of them. You have already noted their lineup, their bans and picks game is pretty solid mechanically as well as objective wise. Perhaps if that is a little bit smoothened out, things could be a little bit better for them.
Yep, and you can see here the stats tell you exactly the story of how Seoul Esport was trying to hold on, right? So Ricky and JK, they were trying their best to get the pokes in. Ideally, what you would have wanted was Gui and Frost to enter into the fights and just be able to tank, but deal a lot of damage to the front line and hopefully back line on the side of BSE. But that never came true. They got the pokes from Ricky, they got the pokes from JK, but they could never deal with the damage coming in from Musang King, JR, as well as Zhihong. There was just too much frontline and save potential on the side of BSE.
And a very big similarity between Game 1 and Game 2 for Black Shrew Esports was the constant targeting of the jungler on the side of Seoul Esports. You look at the damage that Gui has sustained in both of these matches. This guy was just being tortured out there, right? They were being targeted. Black Shrew Esports, on the other hand, constantly invading the jungle of Seoul Esports to make sure Gui is not going to be able to scale or do anything towards the end game. And this graph is pretty much very telling as to what the pace of matchup was for Black Shrew Esports.
Yep, so they put a cap on the GUI, right? And after putting on the cap, they then went to pick a cookie from the cookie jar as well, taking away all the resources. And that's how this very huge and very convincing gold graph on the side of BSE came to be, right? Not only were they getting the camps, they were getting the kills as well, and the turrets. All of this funnel into the bank. And when you have so much money to spend, you make sure you spend it on your best investment, and that's going to be JR.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, 11 times their players went down, and the recovery was just looking so bleak on the side of Seoul Esports, right? They did manage to pull away a couple of lives, but those were all negligible losses on the side of Black Shrew Esports because their team fight was just top notch. And most of the time, in fact, all the time, it was just one team winning those out. Seoul Esports, of course, would have been able to learn a lot from this matchup. But as for the MVP, Kin, let's see who it is.
I think it has to be JR, right? Now, JR has been farming these MVPs since 2024. And 4-0-6, this is nothing new, but no, JR, every single MVP performance is well-deserved.
I mean, 4-0-6 is phenomenal. 28% of the damage dished out by this man. Only 10% of the total damage absorbed by him. 24%. How is this man even doing all of this crazy stuff on the battlefield? This is as perfect as that performance can get, right? Not dropping your life a single time, claiming the lives of your opponents, doing everything, staying out of the damage, staying alive on the battlefield. Crazy stuff by JR.
Yep, it's just the prowess of the side of BSC, right? So Black Shrew Esport just holding, I don't think there's anyone here currently now in day one that will be able to hold a candle towards their performance. It's been pretty much clean, very dominant, and very reminiscent of what we have seen of BSE throughout the many months. Now let's take a look at the highlights and really give you those moments which swung everything in favor of BSE. This first blood, I think, was the start of the downfall.
Absolutely, and of course, it was an opportunity for, of course, Seoul Esports to kind of pull away and play that recovery. But the moment they did that, BSC was just up in their alley, shutting down their towers one after the other. And in that state of panic, when Seoul Esports hopped back in there to play that recovery, to play that safe, that's where those mistakes were happening, right? Because the backup just wasn't there, the numbers game wasn't there, and Black Shrew Esports just continued to snowball right over them.
Yep, a lot of control, and you know, the strength of BSE is not to be trifled with. One of the main things that you'll notice on the side of BSE is they always leave themselves with an opening or an option to explore, right? They never fully commit all of their resources into one big fight, and that's one of the strengths on the side of BSE. So, you know, this is telling of BSE's performance. If you have a shield, even if you put a thick wall in front of BSE, they will always just punch a hole through it, and this is both figuratively and literally as well.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful the way the execution on battlefield by BSC. It was top-notch, great to watch. I thought I was getting excited watching AG Global take on DTE earlier on, but it's something else to see BSC kind of roam around that battlefield, owning the whole map, right? It would be extra exciting to see them take on either one of the teams that we witnessed in that first series. But speaking of exciting, next up it's Team Secret taking on Todak. These two Malaysian squads, they've got history as far as brand is concerned across multiple titles, and now they're bringing the fight on to HOK as well. Kin, talk to me, man. Who do you think is going to be able to make their brand proud?
Look, I think I have a lot of confidence in TS, Team Secret. I've watched their growth since coming in at Season 2, right? Todak is a new one for me. You know, as we entered the championships last year, Todak was a fresh name. I think they're doing good, they're improving. But have they improved enough to fight against Team Secret? That's the big question here. Now, Team Secret, quite a different team from what you remember in the past, right? A couple of players have left, but let's see that reality come to life later on as we head into the series. Right now, we're going for a break. First, when we are back, we bring you the best action, Todak versus Team Secret. We'll see you.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world.
I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help three ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keasaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Peach blossoms bloom, glowy and bright like fire. A romantic incident. Being single has limited your imagination. I had everything back when I knew nothing.
Plum blossoms defy the frost. How elegant the people, how glorious the...
Welcome back. It is time for our final series of the day. Once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me is the Mustachio AJ.
It's a pleasure to be here. I am absolutely under a lot of pressure because MOBA is just not my thing. But Honor of Kings, man, it's just made me fall in love with the genre as a whole. And these teams have been kicking it out of the park. But you have been talking to me about these two brands, Team Secret, Todak. You tell me to expect a lot, maybe a game number 3 here, Kin. But please elaborate a little bit more. Why can we potentially look for a game 3 here between these two?
Okay, a lot of potential changes, right? In fact, there are already some set in stone. So for those of you familiar with Team Secret, the godlike jungler Tian X is no longer part of Team Secret's roster. He has gone over to DMT all the way in Indonesia. So they will have a new jungler. We don't know how strong he is yet. So this might be a chance that Todak can kind of sneak in and maybe lay down a little bit of their own will against Team Secret.
Well, let's see if or not they can do that, right? Because we know Todak's a very strong brand here in Malaysia. Team Secret as well. They've got some international backing, and international backing means they've been in the world of esports long enough to know exactly what they're doing, where to put their money, what to invest on, and how to really prep the team for domination out there, right? So this is something very interesting to have such support here in the esports ecosystem within Malaysia. But in the world of Honor of Kings, let's see exactly how they get the job done out there. We are going to be looking at the team lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys singles. And of course, first off, Team Secret. We have got Sun, Zwan, Shisan, Nuo, as well as Gusing.
All right, so 2 changes for the side of TS. Let's take a look at Todak. It's going to be Stay, Turtle, Anda, Sadness, and Hua Hua. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup for those of you that are familiar with Team Secret. Sun, Xuan, and Shishan. The 3 of them, the mainstays, still the same people in the original Team Secret lineup, and they all shine in their particular roles as well. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because with the addition of Nuo and Gusing, I want to see what do they bring to this Team Secret flavor that may tip the scales over in their side against Todak. Todak, I think they have been consistently improving, and I can't wait to see what kind of standards they have hit in this new pro league.
Yeah, Gusing versus Hua Hua later on. We obviously want to see exactly who is that better jungler. We've seen quite a bit of Gusing in the past already. We know he is a phenomenal jungler and usually, does go in there for the overextension into the opposite side of the camp to try to wreak as much damage and havoc, to sneak away as much of those buffs as possible, to kind of just bleed out their opponents. And that's the aggressive version of Team Secret that I want to see out there as well. And I want to see exactly how Team Blue kind of changes that situation, right? Todak, and how they respond to that. Or are we going to see that all-out aggression coming from them? But I guess what will help us determine that is when we take a peek at their lineup shortly.
Yeah, so Team Secret, they actually go for the red side, right? So red side is formerly known as the counter pick side because they don't get to pick first. They get to see what they're going to be playing against. And of course, if you choose a blue side, I think most of the time you have a prio pick in mind. There is someone you think is going to be the start of a winning formula for your side. So Todak, I like the confidence, the fact that they pick up the blue side as well. Let's see what they want to start with. We already have seen quite a few choices in terms of heroes. So there's 2 camps and 2 trains of thoughts that you're going with. Number 1, you want to go for the long, tanky sustain that comes in the form of Ogren, or you can go for the big burst compositions with the Jings, with the Pays, assassin-style junglers, right? Yep. And so far, both types of comps have been pulled to decent standards by all the teams playing today. So it's really curious to see, number 1, what kind of standards are both teams at this point, and how much pressure can you actually apply to your opponents?
Yeah, I totally see where you're coming from with that Ogren, right? I mean, he was running circles around quite a bit out there with the damage output as well. There's a huge potential that we see Dharma being dragged in here as well. But of course, depending on how well they know each other, they could be taking some of those prio picks out first with those bans. So it's pretty dependent on how well these 2 teams know each other overall, whether or not they do know their strengths and their weaknesses. But obviously, the first game, usually it will be them just playing towards their strengths first and bringing those adjustments in a little bit later on, which also gives us a rough idea as to how their approach is, whether or not they're just going to choose to be all-out aggressive or play a little bit more on the passive side first and wait for their opponents to kind of poke them around and play their own counters, of course.
Yeah, so far in the world of Honor of Kings, I think we have been given a treat of, best of 3s, best of 5s, even the best of 7s. And in my experience, I think BO3s are extremely stressful because at any moment, you could actually get blindsided, right?
Yeah.
Look, teams can go for a blitz 2-0, game is over, right?
Yeah.
And suddenly, all that chance, that lead you wanted in the league, gone. So right now, I want to see what kind of mentality both teams have. Do we want to close this game in a very quick fashion so people don't even recover from the first game, or do we just crush them systematically throughout the time frames in the game?
Yeah, I totally see where you're coming from, right? Because, some of these teams, when you allow them to take an inch, they take a mile. They want to shut down the game as quickly as possible and just move on with their day. I mean, who doesn't want that, right? They want to just take that extra step towards that $11,000. But let's take a quick look at the draft and see exactly which team is ready to crush out there, or whether we're going to have a decent enough balance between the both teams here, Ken.
Okay, so they give respect to the Mai. Once again, Shishan pretty good on his Mai since 2024. I think that's a good start for the side of Todak. Team Secret gonna take out the Arlie. We've already seen this phenomenal performance even in the previous series for JR taking the Arlie to new heights and literally dancing around the competition with the Parasol as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Arlie in action. We understand totally why they do not want to see her in action up against them. So that's a good enough pick in terms, that's a good enough ban in terms of trying to disable their opponent's Team Secret. But I think we've got a little bit of a technical disruption in the background, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So we're going to have to get that redone. But I'm pretty sure the teams are more than happy to have this happen now, rather than when they're halfway through the match. So we're going to just give them a little bit of time here, Ken, whilst we discuss. What do you think should be the approach here for Team Secret, perhaps?
I think we have a bit of time, so let me give you the context of some of the drafts. I understand Team Secret a little bit more, having watched them a little bit more since 2024. So Team Secret, for Sun, he's been pretty prominent on picks like Dilung, Meng Ya as well. So big, huge burst damage potentials in the farm lane, right? And so far, his protection always comes in the form of a Zhang Fei, or at least heals in the form of a Dolia refreshes coming in. Now, we have seen pretty good performances on a Shangguan, but she's unfortunately not too big in the meta right now, so it'd be interesting to see if Shishan is going to try and bring out other heroes like maybe the Gan and Mo, maybe the Nuwa. We have seen spectacular performances, very convincing performances where damage is the name of the game for teams coming into these initial stages of the Pro League.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, obviously, if you can outscale your opponents in terms of damage and try to take them out of the equation very early on, you're going to be taking all of those major buffs on the battlefield. And if that is going to be Team Secret's battle style, obviously, Todak can go in here for a little bit more of a tanky setup, but that's going to kind of give away the potential to have that mobility around that battlefield, and maybe even at the cost of a little bit of the damage as well. So, earlier on when we were talking about AG Global, you had suggested that, okay, the best way to take on DTE right now is not to go in here and focus on the defense, but to take that fight to them, to bring that offensive battle out. So if assuming TS actually goes with that, what do you think Toda then should actually, how do you think they should approach this matchup up against TS?
I think it would actually be the reverse, right? I think one of the play styles on the side of Team Secret was that they will try and reach for more, right? Like you said, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, but they don't exactly are too forceful into like invasions, taking the camps. So I'm hoping that Team Secret will be a little bit more aggressive, but the name of their style, from what I've noticed, is they like the counterplay, right? So they punish mistakes from the opponent team. So I would suggest that Todak actually pull back a little bit and work their way around, similar to how I think was it first series, AG, where they kind of allow DTE to say, okay, you play your moves first, we will show you what's the correct step to take from here.
Yeah, and I think they pulled that off phenomenally well, right? Because I would have been fooled. I thought AG Global was just not matching up when it came to the mechanical capability up against DTE, especially from what we saw in that first match, because we kept seeing those pokes and we kept seeing them kind of fail and make a couple of mistakes. But the adjustments that they brought into Game 2, and I think that kind of
put the team of DTE on standby a little bit, and that totally stunned them, and they could not recover quick enough in that game number 3 because it just snowballed on, and AG Global just took it up a couple of notches in terms of how they were playing that aggressive, because in game 3 between them, we kind of saw a majority of that game, AG Global was just in the jungle of DTE and they weren't really leaving, right? So that's the kind of surprises perhaps Todak needs to pull off against TS. Maybe drop a game up against Team Secret first, let them lower their guard. Then again, no saying they won't bring that guard right back up, and the aggression as well if you do equalize against them 1-1.
True. I think one pattern you will notice throughout all of the different leagues, right? We have 7 leagues running in total at the same time, is that now teams have learned how to use the power of restraint, right?
Yes.
So we don't see fights as a all-in fight anymore. Now teams are understanding about, hey, you know what? Maybe this engagement is just for us to burn out the resource so that in 30 seconds later, we're going to have a better position to take the fight, right? Because there's no more defensive capabilities, there's no more offensive capabilities, or maybe we just want to wait for a situation where, hey, we're going to force you to fight, nobody's going to die, but you're going to be unable to defend a turret on the top lane or the bot lane, right? Yeah. So they take interesting choices. That will be the new age of teams right now.
And I think that's phenomenal, right? To be able to kind of plot that out in advance, that requires a lot of awareness of what's going on the map. And it also requires a certain level of control, because if you're constantly trying to defend and allow your opponents to dictate the pace of that matchup, you're not going to be able to plan these things in advance. So like that goes a lot of kind of like foresight into these engagements to determine exactly when you need to dry out your opponents in terms of their skills so that you can take these major objectives. And if that execution comes on along perfectly, which we've seen a couple of times already, I think it's phenomenal, right? And to have it completed on a pro stage like this, I think it just takes the bar even a few notches higher, because it's not like their opponents are not expecting something like that at all.
Yeah, actually one of the things that I think a lot of general players don't know about being in the pro league is that your mats needs to be good. In a sense where, look, when skills are being used, you have to be able to manually count things down. Like, hey, flash is down. That's 2 minutes of this person not having flash. And the good teams know how to play well, but the great teams count the resources as well on the opponent's side. So they know exactly when they can take that extra inch or that extra mile against their opponent, right? So I think I'm curious to see if either of these teams have this trait within them where they're able to force out resources. That's step number 1. But number 2, able to calculate, hey, look, we should start a fight now because they still don't have the skill. We're going to win this, right? Full confidence in the team, we can just smash them, and once we take this win in the team fight, look, the map is for outtaken.
I love that take, man. I think I'm absolutely in love with how you broke that down, and I do agree with you. It's a game changer. But let's take a look at the drafts once again. The bans are absolutely the same. We've picked up from exactly where we left off earlier, Kin.
Right, so I'm just curious to see what kind of farm lane Team Secret are going to pick up, and whether Todak, they want to start this with the support or the clash or the jungle, right? So far, these are the 3 prio lanes that teams on the blue side will focus on. And Todak, right away, they understand, look, Shrew has been known to play the Dharma well. Let's take that out.
Yeah, and I think you pointed that out perfectly earlier on as well, as to how the Dharma can just, bring upon devastating damage, especially managing to eliminate 2 or 3 players all at the same time. So that's a very, very smart move coming through from Todak to disable Team Secret. But that's not the only secret they have up their sleeves as well, is it?
Yeah, for sure. Now, they are going to block off the Liang pick from the side of Todak as well. So this means suppression is not going to be part of the formula for either team at this point. Now, there is one more, which is going to be Dong Huang, but he's not going to be appearing in the pro scene anytime soon. I don't think anyone has figured out a formula yet. So Todak, they want to start with good control, good heals, and unsuspecting damage. That idea actually offers quite a bit of damage to their opponents.
Yeah, to reposition as well on the battlefield. So really smart in terms of mobility coming through from Team Todak. You've got Lady Sun as well as Zhang Fei. I mean, a lot of damage output from these 2 characters for the side of Team Secret. You can see them going for that strong style approach from the very get-go here, Kin.
Yeah, and this is going to be countered by the side of Todak picking up the Ogren and the Lung as well. So this is an interesting lineup. Now, I want to talk to you about this jungle matchup, Agudo against Ogren, right? Ogren normally tends to not have a good time against Agudo because it's pretty hard to fight whenever your lifesteal is down. So when Death Precipice, that swipe, it doesn't happen, Agudo will have that amount of time. It's quite short, but she has a lot of bursts, right? So the critters will be able to kill off this Ogren.
Well, let's see if or not Agudo can pull that off up against Todak. I think you brought out a really good point there that this is going to be a very big struggle, and obviously Team Secret is going to try to take this advantage up against this Ogren as much as possible to keep the jungler from, really spiraling out of control, because then towards that late game, Team Secret can have that opportunity to just go, ape on the side of Team Todak. So interesting once again in terms of the strong style approach coming through from Team Secret. And Todak, at this point of time, do you think they've got the damage output to keep up with Team Secret?
They should be able to, right? While yes, there is a Zhang Fei available on the side of Team Secret, they have a good amount of burst damage, but also the ability to take long fights, right? The reason why Team Secret banned out the Hano, it looks like Todak, they want to play for that long range fight, right? So a long extended fight, Hano is a beast in that particular kinds of fight because the Scepters of Fate will instantly melt you down. Now Team Secret, they will pick up the Nua, right? This is also one of the ways to defeat an Ogren or even get the Lung as well, right? Burst, damage, and control. So she offers both.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we saw that teleport slay earlier on that was brought out in that matchup. I think, Nua is going to be that one character that makes a very big difference, right? Because the amount of distance you keep between yourself as well as your opponents is going to matter as well, surviving a little bit longer on the battlefield. But looking at Sadness and Anda, they bring in the Byron and the Gunmo. Byron, obviously, we've seen him in action already. Devastating impact he can bring into the fight. But Gunmo, as well as this lineup combination up against Team Secret, in your opinion?
I think it's okay, right? It then comes down to mechanical skills. My concern for Anda is whether this Gun and Mo is going to be able to lay hands onto Lady Sun. Because look, you can have the shields, right, coming out from Zhang Fei, but freshly forged allows you to have 4 blades, couple blades, you throw that down, she's going to die instantly. So Todak will do well for themselves to kind of force Sun into awkward positions and get the kill. And once this Lady Sun is out of the picture, look, they don't exactly have the best return fire on the side of Team Secret.
Absolutely, and of course Sanseer being brought in here by Nono. One more thing about the Gunmo as well, right? That first skill, he really has to conserve that, make sure he doesn't make a mistake, because Team Secret will be looking to catch him with his pants down, and early game that Gunmo is going to be squished instantly, which is going to put Todak in a unfortunate position early game if those mistakes do happen. Overall, great picks coming on here by Team Secret. I'm kind of leaning towards there a little bit more in terms of the capability of dominating out there on the battlefield. But of course, let's see what happens here, and if or not Todak can maintain a little bit of pressure from the early game.
Yeah, right now both teams actually will be able to kind of share farm in the mid lane, right? Because both of the heroes require the same requirements, right? So they need gold. So this is going to be a pretty spicy match because every kill, every camp steal is even more important in this series.
I truly agree. Anda just knocked back a tad bit here by Shisan. And we see exactly how this one's going to be panning out very early on with the push up against the tower here down mid. The distraction coming on through from all of those minions as they go in here for the overextension very early on. Aggressive side of Todak showing up.
Yeah, they actually commit the flash. Is that a mistake though?
Oh, yes it is. As Wahwa gets shut down, Swan going in here for the chase as well, not over-committing to Anda, but now Team Secret gets to play a little bit of a counter, all thanks to the mistake Todak made early game.
That's not ideal, and here's the reality of the situation. Not only did they give a kill, that Horntail Beast on the top was given to Xuan or Guxing as well, which means, number one, I'm going to call him TT here. TT, he's already behind on farm, right?
Yeah.
in terms of gold. So this is not ideal. You want to have the advantage as an off-ramp. And Hua Hua is not going to have a good time in lane. You can already see he has a level deficit against Xuan, which means wave clear is going to be much faster for Xuan. He's going to start getting on his ship much earlier than Hua Hua. It's going to be a 4v5.
Anda up against Ronwo as well as Sun, but there is a backup here from Sadness. Gushing hops on in to say hello to them as well, and they've got their minions on here for the push. Backup is a tad bit slow. Shisan out of nowhere, and it looks like it's gonna be an early win here for Team Secret with this first tower down on this bot lane.
Yeah, I love the way they say this because it is so important. Look, 2 minutes, you get the T1. That is not common.
Not at all. Todak now on the back foot, and it looks like GT is gonna have to deal with Swan a tad bit here. A overextending Todak player is gonna be allowed to continue doing whatever he wants to do, and the priority for Swan instead is the overextension. Not so sure exactly what he was thinking here, but it is gonna be him just toying with the two Todak players for a little bit.
Yeah, right now, if TS steals this Crimson Golem, then, you know, all the efforts by TT is going to be wasted. But yeah, feels like the team is able to sustain the defense. So right now, it's a good save on the side of Todak.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade in terms of those jungle buffs. The Crimson Golem will be taken away, and Gushing, on the other hand, backing up Swan, trying to see if they can play a quick ambush down this mid lane here. They have to be very, very cautious because Todak's thinking pretty much of the exact same thing, but outnumbered though. Gushing will be able to back up Shisan, but the miss by Shisan will kind of allow them a little bit of extra time to back away first.
Yeah, Todak looking for some openings on the map, right? They want to see if they can steal any camps away from the side of Team Secret because it's so vital for them. They need to make sure that TT actually has the level advantage against Gushing. Right now, this might be a big fight.
Indeed, it's a big fight. It's going to be TT got out, and Swan out of nowhere will hop on in as well, launching TT up into the air, and it is Sadness that is there. Swan with the double slay. Todak did not see that one coming. Anda and Stay pays a huge price for stopping by the spot.
Yep, and the pain does not stop there, right? Look at the way that Team Secret are playing. Xuan on the top, he has absolute freedom to make the push on the T1, and they have locked down TT as well as Hua Hua in the middle lane. That rotation is going to come too late. Nobody's able to contest this on the side of Todak, so this Tyrant, once again, free for the side of Team Secret.
Indeed, free Tyrant for Team Secret, and of course Shisan keeping the players on the side of Todak at bay from sneaking anywhere close enough to be able to steal the Tyrant away. And once again, Todak down mid, just trying to make sure this first tower does not go down, and in the process forcing Shisan back.
Look, that was a nice catch by Anda, but I think Stay didn't have the comms for it. Anda definitely did not call for that snipe coming out from Stay. Stay had all the requirements to be able to snipe down Shishan with that catch on the Bitter Farewell. Unfortunately, they missed that.
And we obviously hate to see a missed opportunity there. That engagement could have really put Team Secret on a little bit of a slowdown momentarily for Todak to at least grab a couple of objectives on the battlefield. But now Shisan kind of being forced back. But Team Secret don't look like they're breaking sweat just at this point of time. No backing away. He knows that Sun is right there for that backup if he needs it.
Yeah, and look, Shishan is at level 7. He's ahead of Stay. He's same level as Sadness. He's also ahead of Anda, which means his burst damage potential will hurt the backline on the side of Todak. So Todak, they need to find a moment of reprieve, right? They need to get a kill or something, or maybe get a turret at least for the start.
Gushing is there now. Beautiful. TT pushes him right back. Gushing tees. But here comes Sun as well as Swan. Oh, the backstab is there as well as Hua Hua gets caught out. Backs away. Stay is there for the backup. Defensively backs up Hua Hua just enough. But the damage has been done on that tower. T2 down bottom lane, damage to a point of no return for the side of Todak. One more hit and it's over, exposing their third tower down at bot.
Yep, oh, hang on.
Oh, Sun, come on. The backup from Nono keeps Sun alive, and single-handedly he forces Stay and Sadness back. Now 3v1. Nono, opportunity to make some magic happen here as Gushing catches back up with it.
Yeah, right now Todak will find it very difficult to contest for any objective at all because the farming rate in the jungle on the side of Todak is just muted. Right now, TT is struggling to keep pace with Gusing, and you can see the results. 2 neutral objectives going to the side of Team Secret, and there's more to come.
Yeah, Overlord now on their side, launched up into the air and stays shut down instantaneously. The initiation just did not go their way. TT down on the ground as well as Gushing takes that double kill. And a third one as well. 4 players down on the side of Toda. Hua, the final one, but man can't do much as he watches his tower go down. 3rd tower in a row. The minions are on the way. And down mid, Team Secret absolutely smashing Toda.
This is the fastest game we have in MKL today. 7 minutes, T3 taken already.
Wow! Crimson Golem now, the next target for Team Secret. Easy peasy as they continue on their prowess. It is going to be the Tyrant on for the slay next for Team Secret as Todak tries to play some sort of a recovery. Not a single elimination, not a single tower taken down by Team Todak yet. And look at the gold that they're being outscaled by here by Team Secret.
1,000 gold ahead for Sun. He is 5.9 thousand gold in the bank and 5.1 thousand for the side of Shishan as well. Gushing leading by 1,500 in fact. Already has the Blood Rage on hand, so he is immensely survivable. And the main concern here is once again, right, Team Secret funneling all the buffs into Gushing and Sun.
Let's see if Gushing can pull off yet another fun drop on the players of Todak. They will choose to go for the Azure instead because they've got all the time in the world. And Team Todak obviously thinking twice before going in here for any bit of engagement. They're just all out defense right now, looking for Team Secret to make any sort of mistake so that they can take advantage and turn the tide of battle. But Sun and Gushing all stacking up. Shisan as well onto the 3rd tower on the top lane. A sliver of health left, and they go in for the gang onto Sadness as well. He's sad, he will shed a tear as now the crystal is wide for the taking for Team Secret.
Okay, potential turnaround though.
Are they gonna do it? Crystal, no live. Team Secret says no turnaround. A one-sided matchup. Team Secret smashes Todak for the victory on this game 1.
9-1. That's an impressive scoreline. One of the fastest games we've had in MKL today. I know it's just day 1, but you know what? I don't think there's going to be many games where we will get such a one-sided performance. Look, BSC previous series, they did well. It was also a smash. But the speed in which Team Secret did this, okay, look, I love TNX to death, but this Gushing jungle is just insane, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him just prowl around all around the battlefield, constantly rolling into engagements and dropping the bomb on everyone, just disrupting their plays. Toda, unfortunately, nothing that they could do to find any sort of advantage in this matchup, right? They were just always on the back foot, always on the defensive. Their jungle just kept getting invaded. In fact, they were being overzealous initially, and they were just totally punished for it, right? Team Secret was like, okay, we see what you're doing. Let us show you exactly how it's done. And there was just no coming back from that one.
Yeah, so impressive performance by Team Secret, and I think right now, you know what? Sun, Shishan, and Shuen, I think as what we have seen, right, in their performance from last year until now, I think it's been consistent, right? It is still the same boys. In fact, maybe a little bit better, right? I like the gameplay. Synergy is really clean by Team Secret. So I'm hoping for more coming out into the second game of this series. But let's take a look at the item build that they have. Look, there's a lot of gold to be shared amongst the side of Team Secret.
Absolutely. And of course, if you look at Team Todak, they're barely completed with their item build, right? And obviously because they were being outscaled with all of the gold, they could barely earn on the battlefield. Their jungle, they couldn't find anything. Everything was being ripped away by Team Secret. And when Team Secret was not invading and stealing away whatever they could take for themselves, they were busy battling Team Secret, all on that reset as they get slain out by Secret, right? Todak just could not play a decent game here. But that's exactly what happened to AG Global earlier on as well. Perhaps not as devastating as this, but it was similar. A reverse sweep is still possible. Todak might just be able to match up against Team Secret depending on the draft a little bit.
later on.
Yeah, they need to take lesser risk in the draft, right? Look, having a Gun and Mo, having a Noir, these are all great picks if you have the advantage, right? But they kind of struggle to climb back up when they're playing from behind. And look, a 2k goal difference between Stay and Shishan is already telling of the kind of difference in map advantage that Team Secret has over Todak. And when you have Guxing on this Agudo, who is towering over TT with a 1,500 goal lead, there is not enough survivability on the side of Todak. So Team Secret, they just won with pure might as well as gold. So let's take a look at the stats across the map itself. Shishan close to 52,000 worth of hero damage throughout the game.
And this Ganmo is actually, not too bad at all from the side of Todak. Massive damage, but he just couldn't really do much out of that, right? Obviously, in a lot of those team fights, Sadness stayed away from it like the plague. But Team Secret, overall, you can see it was Shisan as well as Guxing that was doing a lot, right? Shisan with the damage, Guxing just kind of absorbing a lot of the damage, but not really losing his life at all throughout all of those engagements. And the teamwork capacity from this inside of Team Secret was just phenomenal. They was just all around the battlefield always.
Yeah, Stay, I think he did a really good job as well. One of the things that needed to happen was he needed backup when he was able to deal the damage, right? There was one situation where Stay was able to get everyone on Team Secret extremely low, and Hua was meant to be in the fight as well, but because of the level gap and the goal gap, he was stuck clearing waves in his lane. He couldn't back them up. And this is where the snowball starts to happen for Team Secret, securing the Tyrant and Overlord. Doesn't even need to contemplate, hey, what to do about the Shadow variants. We don't care. We win the game.
We couldn't even see a enhanced Tyrant out there. This game ended just slightly before 9 minutes. Crazy stuff, because this is the fastest match we've had all day long, and Team Secret dominated in a way Todak is not going to be too proud of. And I know even if they were not tickled at the start of the series, they are most definitely pissed right now. And if they were not ready, I think Todak is fully awake, and Team Secret better watch out this next matchup.
Yep, they've been keeping some secrets on the side of Team Secret, but we won't keep this one. It is going to be MVP TS Guxing. What an introduction into day one of the MKL Spring Season 2025. 3-1-6, tanking 42% of the team's damage taken, but dealing 26% of the hero's damage offered by Team Secret.
Almost 50% of whatever their opponents could dish out. Guxing said, "You give it to me, baby. I will take it all." Just pulling a Zoro off of One Piece here, just tanking it for his captain. This is amazing stuff from the side of Guxing. And through all that, the man did not falter too many times, right? Being forced onto the reset one time, 26% of the damage output coming through from him as well out of Team Secret. Well-deserved MVP for Mr. Guxing from Team Secret, because the highlights, if you look at it, you'll be able to see exactly why that is so.
Yeah, that first blood, for the corresponding lane as well for Xuan, that was a huge marker. But this burst, my goodness. I mean, Shishan did such a good job at getting the accuracy down, but it was also because of that complementary support by Nono. The timing of that unbridled outburst, perfect. Right here, same situation, same combo, and Todak, they were just caught unawares. There was nothing they could do.
Guxing as well, right? With that lifesteal was just so irritating to deal with. Every single time you thought he was down, he was just eating away more and more up against Team Todak. And towards the very end, it was just a desperate attempt to stay alive from Todak, just to extend the game a little bit further, because I guess they didn't want the game to end at 6 or 7 minutes. That's all the glory they could save for themselves. Unfortunately, Team Secret was determined to bring that to a quick end. So now the question is going to be, are we going to get a repeat? Is this going to be the fastest series of the day? Or are we going to see one of the most phenomenal comeback from a big brand in Malaysia at the opening day of MKL? If it's a comeback, I'm all geared up for it. If it's a quick shutdown, I'm excited to see that as well, because we need to see some sort of dominant statement out here on day one as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like going for an examination, right? Right now, Todak, you're being tested. Here comes the final exam. Do you pass or do you not? Team Secret, they're going to go with the blue side this time, and Todak going to go with the red. So Team Secret, I think they're ready to kill this series off, right? You want prio picks, there's something you're cooking, and we don't know what it is. That's why they're called Team Secret.
I mean, that's exactly what it's all about, right? Keep that secret away from your opponents and then pull it off in the most unsuspecting moment. And quite honestly, the previous game, they didn't even need those tricks up their sleeves. They still managed to smash Todak up against their own crystal and then rip that one away. So let's see exactly what happens here for game number 2. Global bans wise, these characters will not be able to be brought into this next matchup. I really like that. We get to see a little bit of a differential way how they approach this matchup, and I want to see if Todak can actually use the information they got from this first game and maybe play this a little bit safer as well, right? I think they teased Team Secret a little bit too much with that early invade, and Secret's like, okay bro, if you really want to play the game that way, let us show you exactly what we've got as well. So maybe a little bit of a passive gameplay from Todak this time around.
Yeah. This is exactly the formula that I was talking about, right? Like Team Secret, they will allow you to make the first move, and after that you will be punished really heavily for it. But the pain for me, maybe I'm lagging a little bit, but Todak, they committed so many meta picks. They pick up the Ogren, they pick up the Ganemo, they pick up the Lung. These are all major prior picks in the game, and now they're out of the picture. So Team Secret, they have put themselves in a really good position here.
Yeah, absolutely right. And obviously Todak not really doing themselves a big favor by still dropping the ball, even though they had those picks on their side earlier on. And these bans are looking pretty solid on their side, but with Secret bringing in Arlie, it should have been one of the main characters that Todak bans out of the equation, but they have dropped the ball big time on this one.
I think it's worth the risk, right? End of the day, look, this is the potential last game for Todak. If Todak don't win this, they have to go home kind of licking their wounds at this point. So I'm thinking they will pick up the Lung for themselves. No, they can't. Lung's already picked up, let's see, Chano maybe? Okay, Sakir, that's a good start.
Yeah, Sakir is a good start indeed. We did see Sakir being brought in earlier on as well. There was a little bit of, proof of, viability from the Sakir plays here. But Dun, you talked about Dun already and his viability out there on the battlefield. I think this is going to be that saving grace here for Todak.
Well, he's not going to be in charge. TT is not going to be in charge of chasing down Sun on this Arlie, right? So they're kind of prepping themselves for another pick coming out from the side of Team Secret. And this is the reason why, right? Because Ogren, now that it's open and it's a potential closer game, I think, yes, most teams would prio Ogren because he's so strong, right? But right now, Todak, I'm really curious about who they're going to take up in the farm lane to try and match up against Arlie.
I think obviously keeping control on Team Secret's jungler is going to be one beautiful way for the Todak to respond here. He's bringing the Dharma in. We know mechanical plays, if Todak is strong, Dharma can cause quite a bit of havoc out there on the battlefield. So this is the firepower that we're talking about, right? They really need this up against Team Secret.
Yeah, let me put a little bit more detail in there as well. Look, there is good setup, but they are all AoE setups. Dun with the Wind Slash slams the floor, multi-man catch. Sakir, Mulberry Power, slams the floor, multi-man catch up. And Dharma, of course, as we all know, giving you the truth. You are not good enough. It's going to be all against the wall. So Team Secret, they have to be really careful about the way that they position themselves in a fight against Todak this game.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, they got to scatter themselves because kind of keeping the tight grouping up against Todak in a lineup like this is going to be devastating for them. But of course, that's granted if they get caught, right? Obviously, Team Secret can find a couple of ways to kind of nullify this as well with their own mechanical capabilities. But we also want to see defensively whether or not they have anything to disrupt the grouping of Todak on their side as well later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they did all these bans, right? So Mozi and Lianpo, the two of them very adept at stopping moves midway, right? Either with the stuns from the cannon blast or, even with the burst ran jumping in to just knock them in their faces. Now, Team Secret, they're really concerned about the matchup going up for Sun, which is why they banned out the Chano and the Demons here. These are two very good picks that benefit very well off of the massive crowd control that's offered by Dharma, Dun, and Sakir at the same time.
Absolutely, and of course, Sadness taking a while to really figure out exactly how he wants to bring the pain here to Team Secret. And he actually brings in Shrew. So this is a very interesting pick coming through from him, Kid.
It's a very greedy pick, to be honest. Look, Soya is great, but he comes online very late into the game. And yes, Arlie takes a bit of time to get online as well. But Ogren is a very much early game hero, and if Team Secret gets a whiff of Todak set again in the jungle, this game is going to end really quickly again.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I think he can maintain a little bit of distance up against Team Secret as well with the Shrew, and that's going to be most definitely needed looking at how Team Secret really brings the fight up close to your face, right? But with Yixing as well as Dolia as well, this one seems to be a Team Secret that is looking to stay, sustainable out there on the battlefield in some of these team fights. It's going to be pretty taxing to take this fight up against them.
Yeah, you know what? Todak has a lot of control, but I feel Todak needs more control in the mid lane. Going up against Yixing, it's inevitable. You will be caught by the board, right? Yeah. And the fact that they picked up the Dolia, I think they will prio the chessboard as the ultimate they want to refresh. So you can expect Todak to be caught in the board quite a few times. Yeah. So they need someone to stop this Shishan Yixing from getting the ideal setup. Princess Frost is good. It's a good stop against the Ogren and hopefully against the Mayin as well. It's a stretch to be able to hope to catch the RD as a Princess Frost. But situations present themselves.
And I think you hit the nail on the head here, right? Toda is just going all out, crowd control sort of a team fight build here, which looks good as long as the execution is going to be super solid. But you also have Team Secret and the Dolia there with an opportunity to reset one of the ultimates on the team members, and looking at how mechanically capable Team Secret is, that's going to be pretty devastating. Nono was going to be integral for shutting down a lot of these Todak team plays later.
Yeah, now Todak, they're taking a risk. I like to say this a lot because look, if there's no better time than now, right? If you have to take a risk, look, it's day one, take the risk now, learn from your mistakes. If it is a mistake, if it is not, great, you take the win. And so far, look, if Todak managed to last into the late game, Team Secret is done for.
So all out mid push coming through here for Team Secret. They know exactly what they want to do. They want to cap Stay as well as Anda very early on, going in for the Crimson Golem steal as well. Anda's not going to be able to do anything about this. Can he? Answers no. Gusing cheeky early on.
Yep, and right away they already nullify that counterplay effect of trying to steal the jungle camp away, right? So first rotation from Sushan goes straight into the Crimson Golem camp.
Stay's going to be tickled just a tad bit here, but the recovery is there in the nick of time, and TT comes back in for that backup. Just making sure this mid lane does not get overrun by Team Secret players. Down at the bot lane instead is going to be the player on the side of Team Todak with an opportunity to push on up forth, but he's going to try to avoid the encounter with Shisan as much as possible.
Yeah, look, Todak right now is a 5-man strong bomb demolition team. They have to defuse this bomb that is Team Secret. They don't have a lot of time.
No time at all, clearing out the minion wave, maybe looking for an opener here up against that first tower, but Swan's just waiting on standby to clear the minions out. So a little bit of an opener here by the Dharma, but the question is of course going to be what's going to happen here in this mid-battle, because this mid-battle once again getting stacked up by multiple players on the side of Team Secret. They've got some sort of a plan here. They're trying to catch Stay early.
Look, I think Team Secret, they're just trying to catch stragglers now. It's not a good fight for the side of Todak.
Frozen launched up into the air. Gusing still survives with a sliver of health. Tries to get away. Stunned once again. A sliver will be finished off by Sadness. And it looks like Team Secret gets punished early on. First blood goes to Todak.
Oh, now this is a good situation for the side of Todak, right? This is ideal. You take out Gusing, you have a little bit more time in the jungle, and more importantly, I think the first blood, did it go to Sadness?
Yeah, Sadness, yeah. It was.
Look, that cuts down his time for growth. So he's gonna hit late game stage even earlier.
Insane stuff, and that's exactly what Todak needs to kind of keep Team Secret at bay here. Overextension for sure. That was unnecessary from Gusing, but obviously it's those kind of mistakes that need to be punished. Todak took that right opportunity, and they gain a slight advantage here in this game, at least for the time being. They need to use that little bit of advantage very well here. Now Nono up against Anda and Sad. The Sun is there for that counter attack as well in case Nono needs that backup, but for the time being it's just a little bit of a back and forth here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to get a kill unless Anda commits like a flash combination. There needs to be enough lockdown time for Sadness to get the kill, right? Because he doesn't exactly have the most amount of damage at this point.
Now Stay's gonna come in here, make sure nobody's hiding away at the grass. It's a 3v2 situation down at bot. To the advantage of Team Secret. Hua up against one and misses the first hook. Swan goes straight in for that fight. Little under level here, but just a couple of eliminations on this minions should be able to put him on par. Team fight though, Sadness managing to step on away from that, heal himself up a little bit as well to stay alive.
TT gets caught though.
Oh, and this is it for TT. He goes down. Gushing finishes him off. Stay a little bit overextended. Wono is there in a good position to catch him off, but the backup from the rest of the Todak players will be spotted out by Team Secret. Instead of focusing on that, Tyrant will be their target, and they continue to push on into the jungle of Team Todak. Team Secret want to show that they are right back in it. Now, goal scaling wise, they're absolutely equal though, Ken.
Yeah, it's going to start swinging in Team Secret's favor at this point. Look, it's a bit of a hindsight bias, but Stay, this is a really difficult game for him. Everyone has some sort of movement ability that doesn't allow Stay to get that Frigid Prison, right? You can't get the free state that easily. Nobody else, the only person is probably Shishan.
Not so sure what Sadness had planned there. Took a snipe, and that one went wide 3 years after those guys left that area, so a little unfortunate if Todak's mechanical capability extends only till that far. Now, he's going to be protecting bot. Now, his tower's just really low. Todak in a really rough spot, if you ask me.
Yeah, the recovery is pretty straightforward for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but it's very clear how they can come back into the game, right?
Yeah.
So Team Secret, as long as they keep themselves passive at this point, don't go and overcommit into big fights, it should be okay for Team Secret in terms of recovery. Right now, they're buying a lot of time and space for Sun, right? Because there's no options that Todak can find. The only big opportunity maybe is if Stay makes a stupendous rotation and catches someone out of position on the side of Team Secret, which namely has to be Sun, right?
Yeah.
But it's not working out.
It's not working out at all. Todak stacking 3 players down mid. They've got a minion wave to play around with as well. Shisan, the only player there. It's a 3v1, but Gushing shows up just in time to make sure they send Todak running once again. This is just very smart repositioning coming through from Team Secret, and now once again they've got an opportunity to tickle that Azure Golem as well. And Shisan looking for a steal will not be able to take that.
Yeah, but Gushing going to be a little bit more successful. Hua, big change.
Hua, opportunity. Gushing literally going in here for the commitment because he's got confidence in the rest of his team members. Stay now, a sliver of health left on him, and Hua drops Swan first. Stay is still there. Gushing finishes him off. Team Secret owning Todak players. Hua gets shut down as well. That's a 3-for-3, and Anda, a sliver of health left here surviving. Todak about to drop the ball big time.
Okay, Gushing, he's alone now. The stun comes in. He does have the lifesteal as well. He's going to be taken down, surrounded by Todak players. This is a big win for them.
Absolutely, and of course, Gushing was the only consolation prize absorbed here from Team Todak, but the damage was done there already because now Todak, they really don't have the numbers to go and absorb all of these advantages on the battlefield. Therefore, they need to wait for a little bit of a cooldown. And Shisan needs that extra time to reset as well. And backup's not really with him just yet.
I like the way that you put it because look, they really didn't have resources, not enough manpower. They had to give away the T1 on the board as well. They're going to get a consolation prize in the form of the Overlord at this point, right? Yeah. It's nothing too big. Okay, maybe one more prize. They got the passive away from Shishan. He is killable at this point.
Pushing, taking the Azure first. Got the blue buff on him as he pushes down mid once again. Perhaps it's time for T1 shortly as the minion wave makes its way from their crystal. But it looks like they're about to hop on into battle first. Gushing with the initiation up against Sadness and Anda. But Stay is there to disrupt that play, and therefore Gushing drops back. It's a 4v2. Now make that a 4v4. And Hua about to hop on in here if things do get a little sticky. But Todak just holding a good backline.
That was close. Shishan, I think his heart was in his mouth there. I mean, the moment you saw Hua Hua came out, I'm like, oh, damn.
It's close enough to catch him, but of course not really getting that full connection. TT up against Rono. They were teasing the Tyrant moments ago. And obviously Todak wants this objective for themselves. This is a big one. If they can at least take this, then maybe to swing that momentum their way, it can be a little bit more possible. Shishan as well as Gushing though, just keeping a little bit of pressure played onto Team Todak. And finally they move on in for the Tyrant.
Oh, this is a good position for Todak here. As long as Santa stays safe, I think they win this.
Yeah, but here comes Team Secret now to push them away. Steal is not going to be possible. TT will be able to pull away that Tyrant for Team Todak, but knocked back now. Stay with a sliver of health, but there's just no follow-up on the side of Team Secret, who instead focuses on the minion wave down mid, but the defensive rotation by Todak to protect their tower. Teamwork at its finest. Todak is showing us that it's not over yet.
Yeah, we were asking if Todak has it in them, right? And based on what's happening now, they definitely do have it. I like the way that Sanders is positioning himself. He's still able to deal damage, but maybe mistake. Okay, they won't commit at this point because Anda is around the corner.
Yeah, good flashback and Sanders. No, gets caught out once again by... And it is Sun this time round that does not miss the mark. Anda is going to be pushed back towards his tower. Here comes the minion wave once again, opening this up. T2 up top, and that's going to belong to Team Secret. And Gushing, on the other hand, takes away the Crimson Golem. This is just so many objectives being claimed away by Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a lifeline they desperately need on the side of Todak though. Can they make it work? They had an advantage. Oh, nice catch.
And TT will be caught out here. Moves right back in, but has got the protection of his tower at the same time. But here come the minions as well. TT's going to get lost, and my goodness, he should have backed away when he had the chance.
Yeah, but the board was so successful in the catches, right?
Yeah.
And this is where the scary combinations come in. Nono with the instant refresh, and Shishan will always oblige. Hey, do you want more food? Of course, give me a freebie.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Team Secret now, yet another freebie on their side. It's the Tyrant buff this time round. Shadow Tyrant to make things worse for the side of Team Todak. And now that full-on rotation down towards mid once again because they want to protect their T2 tower. But look at this Team Secret kind of overextending, just waiting to ferry all of these minions up towards this T2 down bot. One more shot and they take yet another one down.
Yeah, it's about the defensive capabilities, right? So far, Sanders has been unable to handle Sun, and it's not his fault. It's just the kid of RD that is so mobile that, look, once Sun catches you in his sights, there's no getting out.
And it looks like Sun wants to catch more in his sights. Gushing once again with the initiation. But up against 4 players, perhaps might bite off too much that he can chew, but does not make that mistake. Professional at his best in terms of play. Once again taking away the red buff. And here comes Sun once again, met by 4 players up top. And Todak does not make that mistake of overextending, and neither does Team Secret.
Yeah, they're just bubbling under, right? At this point, Team Secret, once they pull the trigger, I fail to see how Todak is supposed to survive this onslaught coming in from Team Secret.
Yeah, I don't see a recovery play from them just yet. But, you know, miracles can still happen. Beautiful connection onto the team play. Hua tagged up, but there's no eliminations just yet here. And the rest of them, though, will sacrifice it. Gushing trying to shut down the Overlord in the meantime. They push the players of Todak back just in time, but Todak, they've managed to sneak their way back in here. TT trying to see if he can play something beautiful, but Secret says no. Gushing with the slay. TT gets caught out between 3 players. Look at him lose his life. And Sun just finishes off the job too easy. Hua with the engagement. Stuns Sun. Wants a fight, and Nono brings it straight to him. Hua, bye-bye, my player, says Sun once again as he takes the double.
Change his name, man. He should be Call Me Daddy.
Amen.
Because he's such a boss, dude. He went in. It's not a fair 1v1 in a sense because, you know, he got saved by Nono. But still, you have to get rid of Sun because you need to get rid of the damage. And Team Secret, they have played this to the T.
I mean, 13 minutes in, The blessing here for Todak is it's not as fast as the previous game. Yet again, another team initiation, and that freeze will take the Vanguard out, but it's the T3 tower down here at mid, get smashed once again. Sun finds another mark. Hua down and out for the count. And Team Secret just snowballing this team of Todak now in terms of resources. And there's just no way Todak can make anything happen if they continue in this pace.
Yep, look, it's continual onslaughts on every lane. Shadow Overlord finding its way down on the bot side as well. And once Shishan gets another bot onto the lineup of Todak, you can expect this is going to be the guaranteed killing blow. Here we go.
Absolutely. Here comes Sun once again, just clearing out the minion wave first and pushing on up. He wants to get the connection on to stay, but the tower is still up. That gives them that backup. Gushing, beautiful, and launches TT up into the air. He gets himself launched. Start Gushing, overextended perhaps. Yes, he will get punished for that. 41 seconds on the cooldown, but the rest of his team members are still there. Look at Team Secret toast the players of Todak, exposing their crystal now. Sun going in for the finisher, and it's all over on a 2-0 scoreline. Team Secret shows them who's boss.
Yeah, they wanted to buy a little bit more time. The Demolition Squad did not make it on time. Todak, they tried to dismantle, kind of disintegrate this explosive bomb that is Team Secret, but they just could not do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 games back-to-back, Team Secret has shown us exactly who's boss, right? Mechanical skills, the drafts, the bans, everything was perfect on their side. They know how to play a real good game of Honor as Kings. If anything, the only consolation here for Todak, once again, is the fact that this game did not end as quick as the previous one. We saw more fights in here. We saw them be a little bit more careful, and we talked about this, right? The overextension this time just wasn't so visible on the side of Todak, but that didn't make a difference for Team Secret. They're like, whether you do it or not, we are going to pull it off. And they just executed that once again so well.
Yeah, as all of you watch the replays and the reviews of this particular match itself, I want you to notice the way that Gushing as well as Sun are playing their heroes, right? They were consistently dangling themselves as bait in front of the Todak players, right?
Yeah.
Specifically against Stay, right? They wanted to bait out that Frigid Prison as well as the Winter is here, right? So once those big skills are used, then you notice that that's when Team Secret kind of commits, right? And Shishan, to me, personal MVP. His boards were on point. Take a look at the itemization, 009 on this boy. Mask of Agony, Venomous Staff, as well as the Frozen Breath. So he was capable of setting the stage for the side of Todak. It really dealt a lot of damage to Todak because Under wasn't able to give as many heals to the side of his other 4 members.
Yeah, clearly, when we look at these numbers here, it's a much better performance from Todak, but it's still nothing in comparison to what Team Secret has pulled off here, right? I mean, if you just look at the comparison here in terms of goal between Sun as well as Sadness, you've got about 3k of goal in terms of difference, and he was just outscaling him from the very get-go. The items obviously purchased by him a little bit earlier on, a total of 5 eliminations, and not a single time did Sun go down. He was a menace out there.
Yeah, I also need to give some props to Hua. I think he did a really good job of controlling strength in the fight itself, because it could have gone much worse for Todak, right? But Team Secret, they were kind of muffled because Xuan always had to deal with Hua on the backlines, and in a couple of moments, Hua actually caught a couple of members on Team Secret with the Truth Mantra. Didn't really change the fight that much, but I'm expecting our team MVP here for the side of Team Secret. It has to be Shishan. Look at the damage, 3,500.
Yeah, totally agree with you, right? Not only is his damage phenomenal, he was also quick enough to get out of harm's way, absorbing the least amount of damage overall dished out by Team Todak. And obviously his participation in all of these, team fights was very, very, very impressive as well. Like you mentioned, he's just constantly up close and personal, trying to shut down these players of Todak. And most of the time, he was just making great headway. If he wasn't finishing it off, the rest of his team members were there to get the job done. Phenomenal in terms of team play, phenomenal in terms of individual plays by Shishan as well.
Yeah, he must be a Santa Claus at home, right? Because he kept the boxing them up and giving them as presents to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And look at that big gold explosion over that 10-minute mark. The moment the Shadow versions came out, oh my goodness, it was just Team Secret all the way.
Absolutely, and of course, that's so different in comparison to this first game. Todak this time managing to actually pull away a couple of big objectives on the board with the Tyrant as well as the Overlord, but that really didn't swing much in their way. In fact, as they were doing that, the game was still pretty much equal. But like you pointed out, that Shadow Overlord, once that got taken away, and Team Secret kind of kept the pacing decent up to that point, right? But once they knew they had that advantage, it was just all-out demolition crew. They were knocking down the doors of Todak. In fact, I have to say, towers, one after the other, they went down. And that no think, just move, just do sort of a mindset that Team Secret had. They were just moving as a squad, tower to tower, taking them down.
Yeah, it's really the consistency on Team Secret, right? So it was the culmination of the team's efforts, but of course we do have a superstar on the team. Let's take a look at the MVP. Boy, oh boy, it has to be this guy. TS Shishan, one of the youngest players in the league as well. 009. This is the exact KDA and stats you want. Least damage taken in the team. He was the highest in the team in terms of damage delivery.
Yeah, highest in terms of damage delivery, lowest in terms of damage taken. KDA, the assists were phenomenal. Once again, he was not finishing those players off, but his contribution was phenomenal, right? I think that is very clearly described through the damage output that this guy had. And, truly integral for the easy win once again over Team Todak. This was no matchup whatsoever. It wasn't on the same level. Team Secret really put themselves in a position where they are one of the dominators right now, and they're making that known very well.
Yeah. Now, if you didn't notice, right, actually, when you watch the James Bond movie, he is in the movies as well. He's the next agent, 009.
Please
But in any case, let's take a look at the game highlights here. It was a decent start on the side of Todak, actually. I think they performed much better this game.
Yeah.
But just unfortunately, once the box came in, when the chessboard was laid down, they just literally became presents for the members on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I think they just got a little bit too confident once they managed to take the Slay onto Gushing. They were like, okay, all right, now we have a steady chance. But even after losing Gushing, Team Secret just went ape on them, right? They just continued to attack. They continued to take away lives. They really knew their composition on the battlefield, and they understood their opponent so well to know that Gushing or no Gushing, you are still squishy when you take on a team fight up against us. And the numbers game that they played up against Todak was just way too good, undeniably good.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to conclude the day, and this is the final standings after all the action in day number 1. BSC, of course, winning themselves their match win-loss. All winners here, Black Shrew Esport, Team Secret, and AG Global. This puts DTE, Seoul Esport, and Todak in the bottom sides of the table, but this is not all set in stone just yet, right? The league will run across many days all the way to the later parts of May.
Absolutely. many days, if that's the case. And obviously, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing you guys this broadcast because it was just fun end to end, right? We saw the best from AG Global in that reverse sweep up against DTE, shutting them down after DTE took a very convincing initial game up against them. And of course, 2 games back-to-back by AG. Team Secret had an easy 2-0, just like Black Shrew Esports. But the schedule for tomorrow, let's see what you guys can expect.
Oh, this is going to be a big one. 0-2 against DTE. They will meet again through the qualifiers, and this time they're going to meet on the pro stage. Tomorrow after that, Team Secret against AG Global, one that you cannot miss. And of course, after that, you're going to have Seoul Esports taking their mentor against Todak. And this is the rematch we've been waiting for, Nova against BSE. Former champion versus current champion.
So here's the question. Are you casting tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, good. Because I'm not casting tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be a long day looking at these matchups.
I think we're going to go the distance in quite a number of these series. I mean, Team Secret up against AG Global. We saw how phenomenal both of these teams were. I really don't think it's going to end up in an easy 2-0. Like you said, previous champions, current champions, that one's going to be a fight to prove who's the top dog here at MKL as well. So it's going to be a very exciting day. Both of us are not going to be there with you guys, but obviously you guys are going to have a phenomenal day ahead of you. It's just going to be back-to-back HOK entertainment. That's guaranteed for everyone, kid.
Yep, it's going to be a fun day, and of course, we have plenty of talents in MKL, so I'm really excited to be able to share the stage with everyone.
Better than me, for sure.
It's been it's a fun one today, right? I think we had a lot of fun, and the jokes were pretty PG, so yeah, it's good. It's good. Not enough risque content, but in any case, I think at this point, right, it is a point to kind of notice, look, how does a team grow in a pro league? That is what defines them in their journey as a brand, but also as a player, right? We are looking for champions of the champions to be able to make it into the Esports World Cup. Yeah. And right now, we have quite a bit of material to play around with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these teams, these brands are giving us a lot to talk about, a lot to be excited about as well in terms of how they're dominating from the very get-go. But like Kin has pointed out, this is just the first step in a very, very long journey that we're going to take with you at MKL to determine the champion of Malaysia as well as who qualifies on for the Esports World Cup later on down in July. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Kindofu. Thank you for joining us throughout the day. Y'all have a good day. Have a fantastic weekend.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I can see it.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.